welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. In the stillness of a rainy autumn night, the gentle tap-tap-tap of droplets kissing the weathered stones outside my grandmother's Victorian home created a soothing melody, a natural lullaby that whispered through the shadows. The house, now mine after a recent inheritance, held a quiet allure that drew me in night after night, unveiling its secrets one by one in the dim glow of a vintage brass lamp. Amidst the leather-bound books in the library, my thoughts were repeatedly drawn to a mysterious sound emanating from beneath the ancient floorboards, distinct from the usual creaks and whispers of an old house. It carried a quality akin to water flowing through forgotten pipes, its rhythm almost musical, beckoning me to uncover its source. My grandmother had always hinted at the house's hidden mysteries, but none seemed as captivating as the tales surrounding the long-sealed cistern buried beneath its very foundation. Constructed in a bygone era, when rainwater was a precious resource, the underground chamber had been closed off for years, or so I had been told. Yet, as I sat there, captivated by the enchanting melody rising from the depths below, a curious notion crept into my mind. Perhaps a fragment of the cistern still lingered, shrouded in the darkness beneath. The sound, growing ever clearer yet enigmatic, resonated like wind chimes beneath the surface of a tranquil pond, a paradoxical harmony that defied logic. Outside, the rain intensified, casting a new dimension to the mysterious resonance, as if the weather itself danced in synchrony with the hidden song. Driven by an inexplicable curiosity, I roamed the silent corridors of the ground floor, following the melodic thread that led me through the maze-like passages. My footsteps, bare against the aged wooden floor, echoed softly, while the house seemed to hush its familiar creaks, as if listening intently alongside me. The flickering light of the brass lamp painted shifting shadows on the walls, breathing life into the floral wallpaper that seemed to stir in the corner of my vision. It was in the kitchen, beneath an old rug once belonging to my great-grandmother, that I stumbled upon a concealed trapdoor, unnoticed until that moment. The aged wood, polished smooth by time, held a brass ring pull that beckoned me to unveil the secrets hidden below. The sound, now pulsating with intensity, whispered like a clandestine conversation just beyond comprehension, evoking a mix of trepidation and anticipation within me as I lifted the ring. With a gentle creak, the door yielded, revealing stone steps descending into darkness. The cool, earthy air rising from the depths carried hints of mineral-rich water and ancient rock, reminiscent of forgotten caverns and wells lost in time. Each step down felt deliberate, cautious, as my lamp's amber glow was absorbed by the very essence of the underground space. The walls, meticulously crafted with fitted stones, spoke of an artisan's touch long faded into obscurity. Somewhere in the darkness, water trickled, its echoes forming patterns that seemed almost deliberate in their arrangement. At the chamber's bottom, a circular expanse opened up, the cistern's vastness shrouded in shadows beyond the lamp's reach. The water's surface gleamed like a mirror, reflecting light in mesmerizing patterns that obscured its true depth, while soft ripples danced without an apparent cause, capturing the light like liquid gold. Yet it was the symphony of sound that held me spellbound. The chamber's acoustics transformed each droplet into a melodic note, the rain above filtering through earth and stone to create a mesmerizing composition of tiny impacts. The water itself, attuned to the chamber's resonance, harmonized in ways defying simple fluid dynamics, as if nature itself orchestrated a profound serenade. Amidst the enchanting chorus, I discerned whispers interwoven with the water's melody, voices that felt familiar yet elusive, narrating tales of significance just beyond reach. They spoke in tongues almost recognizable, weaving stories that resonated with importance yet eluded comprehension, like echoes of an ancient past lost to time. Lost in the subterranean chamber, time seemed to flow differently, marked not by minutes but by the rhythm of droplets and ripples. The lamp's light waned, yet the darkness took on a life of its own, alive with shifting shadows and subtle movements that defied explanation. When I ascended the stone steps back to the surface, the night had deepened, the rain ceased, and the mysterious melody faded to a faint murmur, a whisper of a forgotten song. Concealing the trapdoor once more beneath the rug, I knew I would return, for the cistern's ethereal symphony had become an intrinsic part of the house's essence, playing eternally beneath our very feet. Now, as I lie in bed each night, I strain to catch the elusive strains of that unearthly music. Sometimes it resonates crystal clear, other times barely a whisper, leading me to question my own senses. Yet in those quiet moments between wakefulness and slumber, I've come to realize that some mysteries are not meant to be unraveled but experienced, felt in the spaces between raindrops, in the pauses between thoughts. The cistern's eternal performance continues, a clandestine concert for an audience of shadows and stone. And in dreams that blur the line between reality and fantasy, I decipher cryptic messages within the watery melody, ancient wisdom carried on ephemeral waves of sound. Yet the true essence of those whispers, the profound truths they may hold, remains elusive, akin to grasping the memory of rain slipping through one's fingers. Story 2. The gentle patter of rain against weathered stone filled the air with a soothing melody as I stood by the ancient well in my grandmother's garden. The aged brick structure exuded a mysterious aura, its depths shrouded in shadow despite the warm glow of my lantern. The evening breeze carried the earthy scent of rain-soaked soil and blooming roses, their fragrance heightened by the summer shower. Just a week ago, I had inherited this old house after my grandmother's peaceful passing in her sleep. The property now felt different, not empty, but imbued with a new kind of presence. The rain cascaded down in a rhythmic dance, forming delicate rivulets that meandered down the well's worn stones. Although the well had always been sealed with a heavy wooden cover, tonight there was an inexplicable pull drawing me towards it. Perhaps it was the way the raindrops seemed to reverberate as they descended into its depths. Or maybe it was the peculiar silver light that seemed to radiate from between the wooden slats. As I drew closer, the sweet fragrance of roses gave way to a more ancient scent, the mineral essence of underground water and aged stone. My fingertips grazed the rough wood, tracing each groove and imperfection weathered by time. The cover felt cool and slightly damp under my touch. A soft whisper of wind rustled the climbing roses, casting intricate shadows in the lantern's glow. With a gentle push, I lifted the ancient cover. To my surprise, it moved with ease, as if inviting my exploration. The well's opening revealed the night sky, and I held my lantern over the edge. The light caught droplets of water clinging to the stone walls, turning them into shimmering stars that seemed to glow from within. And then I heard it, a faint sound, almost imperceptible. A whispered melody floated up from the darkness, like a distant lullaby. The voice was neither young nor old, male nor female, but a blend of all these aspects. It spoke of ancient wisdom, of secrets enshrined in stone and water, of memories preserved in the cool depths below. Mesmerized, I found myself seated beside the well, captivated by the enchanting song. The rain continued its gentle beat on the garden stones, providing a backdrop for the mysterious melody. Time seemed to lose its shape in this place, flowing like honey, slow and sweet. My grandmother had shared tales of this well, stories passed down through generations, yet she had never mentioned the singing. As I focused on the melody, I began to discern words interwoven with the song, though they shifted and eluded my comprehension. They evoked memories of my grandmother's lullabies, but with an unearthly quality that sent pleasant shivers down my spine. The voice enveloped me like a warm cloak, comforting despite its otherworldly nature. The rain gradually subsided, transitioning from a downpour to a gentle mist. In the deepening quiet, the well's melody grew clearer. It spoke of verdant life thriving in darkness, of subterranean rivers untouched by sunlight, of crystals blossoming like underground flowers. Though the words were unfamiliar, their meaning resonated within me, much like the language of music that transcends translation. My lantern's flame flickered, casting dancing shadows on the well's inner walls. Amidst these shadows, ethereal shapes seemed to materialize, figures moving with fluid grace, akin to underwater dancers. They flickered in and out of sight, their movements synchronized with the rhythm of the mysterious song. Time became fluid, indeterminate. Beside the ancient well, surrounded by its secrets and melodies, the concept of time felt distant and inconsequential. The voice persisted with its melodic whispers, at times seeming to emanate from the depths below, at others, from the very stones themselves. A cool breeze stirred the garden, carrying the fragrance of damp leaves and night-blooming blooms. The climbing roses swayed gently, their motion weaving patterns in the lantern's light. The voice harmonized with this natural symphony, its melody flowing and adapting like water around stones. Lost in the hypnotic interplay of rain, wind, and song, memories of my grandmother surfaced. I recalled her tending to these gardens, her hands tender as she cared for the roses. Often she would pause by this very well, her expression serene as she peered into its depths. Had she too heard these voices? On rainy nights like this, had she sat here listening to their ancient melodies? The notion brought a sense of comfort, forging a connection across time between her experiences and mine. Perhaps she had comprehended something that I was only beginning to grasp, that certain places harbor enigmas not meant to be unraveled, only embraced. As the night deepened, the voice waned, growing fainter with each passing moment. Yet it felt more like a gentle retreat than an ending, akin to a parent quietly leaving a child's room after singing them to sleep. The final notes lingered in the air, mingling with the aroma of rain-drenched roses. I lingered by the well a while longer, observing as the mist enveloped my lantern's light in a soft halo. The stones glistened with moisture, and droplets continued to descend from the rose petals, each one gleaming like a fallen star. The well's song had faded entirely, but its echo lingered in my mind, a melody just beyond the grasp of memory. As I rose to return to the house, a sense of tranquility enveloped me, a profound connection to this place now called home. I chose not to replace the well's cover. An instinct guided me to let it breathe, to exchange its ancient songs with the night air. I left it open to the stars, aware that its mysteries awaited me on another rainy night. Indoors, the gentle patter of rain persisted, now carrying whispers of that ethereal melody. As I readied myself for slumber, I realized that I had unearthed a truth my grandmother had known all along, that the deepest mysteries often elude explanation, existing simply to be felt, like music in the shadows, like murmurs from deep wells, like memories resurfacing in the hush of night. That night, my dreams wove visions of subterranean rivers and crystalline gardens, of roses blooming in obscurity, and of melodies without beginning or end. At daybreak, sunlight streamed through my window, casting a serene glow over the still well in the garden. Yet now, I bore its secret, that on certain nights, when the rain falls just so and the roses perfume the air, ancient voices continue to serenade those patient enough to listen. Story 3. The soft patter of rain against my car's windshield set a tranquil tempo as I cruised through the autumn night. The worn wipers swayed back and forth in a mesmerizing dance, clearing the delicate droplets that gathered. My headlights sliced through the encroaching darkness, their glow softened by the light drizzle that had been my silent companion for the past hour. Although I had traversed this road countless times, tonight held a different allure. The familiar journey home had taken on an ethereal essence as wisps of mist began to rise from the earth, meandering amidst the ancient trees that bordered the narrow path. The fog crept forth leisurely, akin to spectral tendrils stretching towards the dimming sky. Approaching the time-worn wooden bridge that marked the midway point of my drive, I could barely discern its silhouette through the thickening mist. A simple structure, weathered by uncountable seasons, its planks smoothed by the passage of time and vehicles. As I neared, the mist seemed to gather denser around it, as though drawn to its weathered timbers. The sound of my tires altered upon meeting the wooden planks, creating a soft, hollow drumming that reverberated through the serene evening. My headlights cast a glow on the swirling mist, which danced and shifted in captivating formations. Peering through the passenger window, I caught glimpses of the creek below, its surface midnight black and mirror-like as daylight waned. Something compelled me to slow down midway across the bridge. Perhaps it was the unnatural movement of the mist, more akin to a breath than a breeze. Or maybe it was the peculiar quality of the light, bending and reflecting off the fog in inexplicable ways. The rhythmic drumming of my tires decelerated, fading into a gentle murmur until I came to a halt at the bridge's center. With the engine softly humming, other sounds began to register. The gentle flow of water beneath, the faint tap of rain on metal and wood, and something else, something on the cusp of audibility. It could have been whispers, or perhaps the wind whispering through the aged wooden railings, yet it carried fragments of words, too distinct to be mere chants, too elusive to comprehend. Cracking the window slightly, the cool, damp air seeped into the car, carrying a complex scent, wet wood, fallen leaves, and something ancient, reminiscent of dusty attics and forgotten chambers. The mist curled through the crack like inquisitive tendrils, bearing that nearly discernible sound, that whisper of a voice. Glancing at the rearview mirror, it revealed a veil of white fog behind me, while ahead, the bridge seemed to stretch endlessly into the mist. The familiar length of the crossing had become uncertain. Through the passenger window, I observed how the fog above the creek moved against the wind, swirling in deliberate spirals. A figure materialized in the mist to my right, visible through the passenger window. It could have been a person standing at the bridge's railing, or perhaps merely a denser patch of fog caught in a vortex. Yet, for a fleeting moment, I could have sworn I saw a hand extend towards my car, its outline soft and indistinct, like a watercolor left out in the rain. The radio, softly playing music at a low volume, began to shift stations on its own. Amidst the static, fragments of songs and voices flitted by, none lingering for more than a breath. The digital display flickered between seemingly random numbers until I recognized they repeated in a pattern just beyond reach. Time blurred, akin to the fog outside. I couldn't discern how long I lingered there, watching the mist swirl and listening to the almost whispers. My watch continued its steady beat, yet each glance unveiled times that defied logic. The glowing numbers on my dashboard pulsed softly, marking seconds that felt elongated or compressed. A light tap on my driver's side window startled me. The sound akin to raindrops, yet more deliberate. Turning to look, the fog-veiled face pressed against the glass seemed to hold a visage. Or perhaps it was the play of water droplets catching the light in a peculiar manner. It dissipated as I tried to focus, leaving me uncertain if I had glimpsed anything at all. The whispers momentarily sharpened, nearly coalescing into understandable words, akin to distant conversations overheard through walls, familiar yet indistinct. There was a quality to it that hinted at meaning just beyond my grasp, like a fleeting dream upon waking. Slowly I resumed driving forward. The bridge's wooden planks resumed their soft serenade beneath my tires. Upon reaching the other side, the mist began to dissipate, reluctantly releasing its grasp on my car. In the rearview mirror, I watched the bridge vanish into the mist, now pulsing gently, akin to a slow breath. The remainder of my journey home passed uneventfully, though the radio persisted in its capricious behavior, playing fragments of melodies I almost recognized. Upon finally parking in my driveway, I noted something peculiar on my passenger seat. A small, perfectly round puddle of water, devoid of any visible source. That night, as I lay in bed listening to the persistent rain, my thoughts drifted to the bridge and its enigmatic mist. In my dreams, the whispered words returned, and this time they almost made sense. Almost, but not quite, and perhaps that's for the best. Even now, whenever I traverse that bridge in the fog, I feel a gentle pull, an entreaty to pause and listen to those almost words once more. At times I acquiesce, at times I do not. Yet I've noticed the puddle appearing on my passenger seat more often than not, a small circular reminder that certain mysteries prefer to linger unsolved, hanging in the air like mist over dark waters. Story 4. The gentle sound of autumn rain softly tapping against the weathered stone created a soothing melody, a natural lullaby as dusk settled in. Standing before the ancient church, its spire reaching towards the evening mist, I found myself amidst a dance of fallen leaves swirling around my feet in graceful spirals. The air held a blend of earthy scents, damp soil and aged wood, intertwined with something older, a whisper of forgotten prayers and silent echoes of bells long stilled. This place was not my intended destination. Lost in the rain during my evening stroll, the winding path led me to this sacred sanctuary, seemingly existing in its own timeless realm. The church's weathered exterior bore the gentle imprints of countless seasons, draped in a soft moss that seemed to emit a faint, ethereal glow as darkness descended. The aged wooden door yielded effortlessly to my touch, releasing a melodic sigh from its ancient hinges that resonated through the empty nave. The rain's patter transformed into a distant lullaby, enhancing the profound silence within. Stained glass windows, subdued by twilight, cast dim hues of amber and violet onto the worn stone floor. Each step deeper into the church echoed my movements against centuries-old flagstones. The air held a peculiar clarity, not heavy as one might expect, but rather a crystalline stillness, as if time itself had been encased in amber. Rows of polished wooden pews stretched ahead, bearing witness to generations of devotion through countless prayers whispered over time. The scent of aged wood and stone mingled with remnants of long-extinguished candles. In the deepening darkness, intricate carvings adorned the walls and columns, faces and figures that seemed to shift and transform with each glance, their expressions oscillating between tranquil serenity and enigmatic intrigue. Near the altar, a solitary candle flickered in a brass holder, its flame dancing shadows across the ancient stones, guiding my gaze to a small wooden door nestled discreetly in the wall. Unassuming yet compelling, the door beckoned me with a gentle insistence. Beyond it lay a spiral staircase ascending into darkness. Each step bore the indents of countless feet that had trodden this path before mine, worn smooth by time's passage. Climbing upward, the rain's rhythm grew more pronounced, resembling a melodic symphony. The air grew cooler, carrying the fresh scent of night, intermingled with a sweet, ancient fragrance that eluded recognition. The staircase led to a small chamber within the bell tower. Moonlight filtered through narrow windows, casting silver pathways across the floor despite the lingering rain clouds. In one corner stood an old wooden desk, adorned with leather-bound books and weathered papers. The pages, inscribed with fading ink in elegant script, remained just beyond legibility, teasing with untold secrets. As I approached the desk, delicate chimes filled the air, not the thunderous peals of church bells, but a delicate ethereal sound akin to silver wind chimes in a gentle breeze. The great bell above remained motionless, its bronze surface reflecting the mysterious moonlight. The ethereal chimes seemed to emanate from all directions, enveloping me in a profound tranquility. Time lost its conventional flow within that chamber. Seated in an aged wooden chair, I observed as shadows and moonlight weaved a slow, mesmerizing dance upon the floor. The phantom bells intertwined with the rain's melody, weaving a tapestry of ancient mysteries and forgotten dreams. Occasionally, fleeting movements caught the corner of my eye, the rustle of robes, shadows that possessed substance beyond mere shade. The papers on the desk stirred sporadically, though no breeze disturbed the air. Fragments of sentences hinted at time as a flowing river, moments existing beyond conventional hours, prayers echoing endlessly through reality's corridors. Attempts to decipher the writings proved futile, as the words shifted and transformed, leaving only wisps of their essence behind. I noticed my watch had ceased its ticking, its hands frozen at midnight, despite the hour not corresponding to such lateness. Outside, the darkness remained constant, neither deepening nor dissipating. The rain continued its gentle cadence, yet the droplets seemed to form intricate patterns in the air, lingering momentarily before dissolving. The chamber exuded absolute peace, charged with a silent vitality. Each shadow harbored potential, every silence pregnant with unspoken narratives. The boundaries between wakefulness and dreams blurred, not in confusion, but in a gentle fusion that fostered profound insight. The very atmosphere pulsated with ancient wisdom, ready to impart its enigmatic truths to those patient enough to listen. At times, when moonlight struck the walls at certain angles, elegant script appeared on the stone, flowing like water before vanishing. Though unreadable, the words left imprints of tales in my mind, stories of past visitors who had stumbled upon this sanctuary over the centuries, each weaving their strand into the tapestry of enigma. Time seemed to stretch infinitely within that sacred space, flowing like honey, sweet and languorous. The tranquility of the chamber seeped into my bones, erasing urgency and instilling serene acceptance. Upon descending the spiral staircase, the lone candle still burned by the altar, its flame unwavering. The nave bathed in a soft pre-dawn glow, emanating from unseen origins. My footsteps resonated differently now, as if the very stones recognized me from my vigil above. Stepping outside, I glanced back at the church, a morning shrouded in mist greeting me as the rain had ceased during my sojourn. For a fleeting moment, faces seemed to materialize in the windows, benevolent, ancient visages that smiled knowingly before fading like dew under the morning sun. Despite numerous attempts to retrace my steps to that sacred place, the path remained elusive. Yet, on quiet, rainy nights, the distant echo of silver bells on the wind reaches my ears, reminding me that somewhere, in its own temporal enclave, the forgotten church endures. Its mysteries linger, patiently awaiting the next wanderer, guided by the gentle cadence of rainfall and the whispered secrets of ancient stones. Story 5. As the autumn leaves whispered gently, dancing across the wooden porch, I settled into my nightly routine of tea before bed. The steam curled lazily from the ceramic cup, carrying the sweet fragrance of chamomile and honey. The old house murmured softly around me, its familiar creaks a soothing backdrop to the deepening darkness of the hour. It was then that I noticed a change in the night sky, a subtle shift in the moon's glow. Hanging low and full as it often did during this season, there was an unusual quality to its luminance. The silvery light pulsed with a delicate rhythm, akin to a distant heartbeat. Mesmerized, I found myself drawn into its gentle cadence, my breath falling into sync with its ethereal pulse. The air grew hushed, unnaturally so. The rustling leaves fell silent, the crickets stilled their evening symphony. In that profound stillness, a sound emerged, faint yet undeniable, a melody without notes, a song without sound, emanating from the very essence of the moon itself. My tea grew cold, forgotten, as I sat transfixed by this mystical phenomenon. The moonlight thickened, almost tangible, cascading like strands of silver silk from the heavens. They swayed in unseen currents, weaving intricate patterns reminiscent of ancient scripts, messages just beyond comprehension. Within the house, shadows stirred, not the ordinary play of darkness cast by drifting clouds, but purposeful, graceful movements that mirrored the silent rhythm. The shadows ebbed and flowed along the walls, shaping forms that hinted at humanity, yet remained otherworldly in their elegance. Unconsciously, I rose from my chair, the wooden floor humming beneath my feet with a subtle vibration that resonated through my being. The temperature dipped imperceptibly, raising goosebumps on my skin, yet there was no fear, only a profound sense of awe and tranquility. The moonlight continued its pulse, each wave altering the world around me subtly. Colors deepened, textures blurred and flowed like water, and the very air shimmered with specks of silver light. Time slipped away, its boundaries blurred. Minutes stretched into hours, hours condensed into fleeting moments. Somewhere within the house, a clock chimed midnight, its tones distorted, elongated as if carried through underwater depths. With each toll, the moon's silent song intensified, growing more insistent. The shadows on the walls quickened their dance, their movements intricate, their shapes sharpening. Faces seemed to materialize within the shifting silhouettes, expressions of joy and serenity mirroring the inexplicable calm that enveloped me. A gentle breeze stirred, bearing the scent of night-blooming flowers foreign to my garden. It encircled me, lifting strands of hair and fabric in a tender caress. The moonlight responded, weaving intricate patterns through the air, too complex for mortal eyes to fully follow. Enveloped in the impossible radiance, a realization dawned, a recollection of ancient truths, of realms existing between moments, of realities brushing against our own with the softness of silk against skin. The moon's silent melody whispered of age-old secrets, of nights when the boundaries between what is and what might be grow thin enough to touch. The shadows beckoned, their dance an invitation. My feet moved in a dance unknown yet familiar, guided by an inner knowing. Wrapped in moonlight, weightless for a fleeting moment, I felt as if I could step off the porch and tread upon the silvered beams themselves. Slowly, reluctantly, the intensity waned, the shadows returning to stillness, the moonlight fading to its customary glow. Echoes of the silent song lingered, resonating deep within my bones as I found myself back in the chair, my tea forgotten and cold. The night had regained its normalcy. Crickets chirped, leaves rustled, the old house sang its lullaby. Yet a fundamental change had taken root, irreversible and profound. The moon would never be the same, its mysteries now intertwined with my own existence. On quiet moonlit nights, I sit on the porch, attuned to the subtlest hints of that silent song, the faint shimmer of silver strands in the air. The shadows, oh the shadows, they remember the dance, a memory etched in their essence, even as they remain still. They reach out with a knowing grace, hinting at mysteries beyond our grasp, residing in the twilight realm where reality and dream converge. In that moment of wonder and possibility, a peace transcending words settles upon me, a magic that defies explanation. Evening tea on the porch, the rising moon on the horizon. These rituals carry a new depth, a connection to a realm where the heart's melodies intertwine with the moon's whispers. And so I wait on quiet nights, attuned to the pulse of the silver light, the distant heartbeat calling me to a dance of understanding just out of reach, yet forever remembered. Story 6. The soft patter of rain against the window panes serenaded the ancient house, enveloping it in a tranquil melody that reverberated through its deserted corridors. Inheriting this grand Victorian mansion from my grandmother just a fortnight ago, unraveled a tapestry of enigmas concealed within its weathered nooks. The time-worn floorboards murmured beneath my steps, recounting tales of bygone eras in hushed whispers. On a particular evening, as the autumn breeze wove a melancholic tune through the window crevices, I felt an inexplicable pull towards the narrow staircase that ascended to the attic. The brass doorknob felt cool against my hand, turning effortlessly as if inviting me to explore this forgotten realm. The scent of aged books and faded reminiscences greeted me as I climbed the creaking stairs, my flashlight casting a soft glow that illuminated swirling dust particles, resembling twinkling stars in the dimness. Each step led me closer to the treasures my grandmother had safeguarded throughout her lifetime, each possession harboring a tale waiting to be unraveled. The attic sprawled before me, a vast expanse cloaked in white sheets like silent phantoms preserving their eternal vigil. My footfalls were hushed by the thick layer of dust blanketing the wooden floor. Meanwhile, the rain continued its gentle symphony on the slanted roof, cocooning me in a tranquil solitude. Amidst the veiled furniture and stacked crates, a sight captivated my gaze. Nestled in the far corner, partly obscured by an ancient trunk, sat a Victorian rocking chair that defied the dust that enshrouded its surroundings. The worn velvet upholstery retained a rich burgundy hue, and perched upon it was a porcelain doll unfamiliar to me. Clad in a dress of faded blue silk, delicate lace, yellowed with age, adorned its collar and sleeves. Its visage was artfully crafted, with rosy cheeks and finely painted features frozen in a moment of eternal tranquility. Yet it was the eyes that drew me in. Fashioned from painted glass, they held a peculiar depth that seemed to shift in the flickering light of my flashlight. Approaching cautiously, the floorboards beneath me emitted a soft groan, their protest resonating in the stillness. The doll sat poised, hands folded neatly in its lap, as if awaiting a long-lost companion. A small key nestled in its back hinted at its function as a music box, though I hesitated to wind it amidst the attic's silence. The atmosphere around the rocking chair felt altered, cooler, denser somehow. My breath materialized in small puffs within the flashlight's beam, contrasting with the attic's lingering warmth. Tentatively, I reached out to touch the doll's porcelain cheek, expecting a chill smoothness, but discovering instead a gentle warmth pulsating faintly beneath my fingertips. At that moment, a faint melody, akin to a distant music box, seemed to waft through the air, evoking memories of a lullaby my grandmother used to hum to me in childhood. Lost in reverie, I perceived the rocking chair move ever so slightly, a subtle, almost imperceptible shift that quickened my heartbeat. The chair settled back into stillness, yet the air held a suspended breath. Intrigued by this encounter, I found myself drawn to the attic more frequently. Sometimes I would sit for hours in a nearby chair, observing the doll in its tranquil pose. On quiet nights, when the house sank into profound silence, the faint strains of that distant melody lingered on the periphery of my senses. One dusk, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the attic in amber hues and shadows, I stumbled upon a small diary tucked behind the rocking chair. Filled with my grandmother's elegant script, the diary held a photograph as a bookmark. The image depicted my grandmother as a young girl, seated in the same rocking chair, cradling what seemed to be the identical doll. Yet something about the photograph struck me as peculiar. The doll's posture differed slightly, its head tilted and hands arranged in an altered position from when I first encountered it. Within the diary, my grandmother penned about a gift she received on her 8th birthday, a musical doll that serenaded her with the sweetest lullabies. She recounted how the doll brought solace during thunderstorms, and on lonely nights she swore she heard it sing without being wounded. The final entry, penned days before my grandmother's passing, spoke of her sensing the doll's presence comforting her in her final hours, the old lullaby permeating her dreams. The narrative halted abruptly, as if interrupted mid-sentence. Now, as quiet evenings envelop me within my grandmother's abode, I am often drawn back to the attic. The doll remains perched in its chair, its tranquil countenance unchanged yet subtly different with each encounter. Occasionally, on the verge of slumber, I catch echoes of that familiar lullaby drifting down from above, a gentle reminder of my grandmother's enduring affection encapsulated in porcelain and silk, safeguarding the house and its histories. The enigma surrounding the doll persists, and perhaps it is best left unsolved. Certain queries are better left as gentle ponderings, drifting between reality and dreams. During those moments when the house falls into its deepest hush, rain tapping softly against the windows and the wind whispering through the corridors, I find solace in the knowledge that somewhere above in that dusty attic, a porcelain doll maintains its eternal vigil, cradling secrets and reminiscences in its tender, warm embrace. On tranquil nights, I have learned to discern the subtle shift in the air heralding the melody, a gentle alteration in pressure, a faint warming of the atmosphere, as if the house inhales before the lullaby commences. In those instances, suspended between wakefulness and slumber, I comprehend why my grandmother kept the doll's true essence concealed. Some mysteries are meant to be felt rather than understood, experienced rather than explained. Thus, the doll lingers in its attic corner, neither wholly bound to this realm nor detached from it, a gentle custodian of familial memories and unspoken narratives. Its presence now offers solace rather than disquiet, a familiar enigma that infuses the ancient house with a sense of tranquil marvel. Drifting into sleep each night, I sense its benevolent vigil extending throughout the dwelling, weaving dreams and memories together in an eternal lullaby that softly echoes in the spaces between heartbeats. Story 7. The gentle murmur of the wind through the autumn leaves whispered softly as I strolled along the forest path that evening. The air carried the comforting aroma of decay, fallen leaves transforming into fertile soil, mushrooms emerging in hidden corners, and the lingering sweet scent of summer flowers yielding to the embrace of fall. The setting sun cast elongated shadows between the trees, their outstretched branches resembling delicate fingers reaching across my path. I always found solace in these twilight walks, particularly after prolonged hours indoors. The forest possessed a unique tranquility, distinct from the artificial stillness of buildings. It hummed with subtle sounds, a symphony of whispers and distant whispers. But on this particular evening, a shift in the atmosphere was palpable. The usual chirping of crickets seemed hushed, as if they too were attuned to something stirring in the deepening dusk. With the final rays of sunlight filtering through the canopy, the first call of an owl resonated through the trees. It was a familiar sound from my nocturnal explorations, a melodic sequence of hoots that reverberated through the woods. Yet it was not the call itself that captivated me, but the response that followed. Another owl replied, its voice carrying a melodic cadence I had never before encountered. The two calls intertwined in the cooling air, crafting a haunting duet that gave me pause in my stride. As I stood transfixed, more voices joined the ethereal chorus. 3, then 4, then countless others, each distinct yet harmonizing in a way that defied logic. The sound seemed to emanate from all directions at once, filling the spaces between the trees with an otherworldly symphony. The temperature began to drop, bringing with it a fine mist that ascended from the earth like spectral breath. Through the thickening fog, I discerned a peculiar quality to the way shadows danced among the trees. They moved fluidly and independently of the fading light, as if the darkness itself pulsed with intention. At some indeterminate point, my timepiece ceased its ticking, its hands frozen in place. Time in this realm felt fluid, marked solely by the rhythmic melody of the owls. The mist continued to envelop me, revealing indistinct shapes, not quite solid, yet more defined than mere shadows. They glided with a grace reminiscent of celestial dancers in a slow, hypnotic ballet. These forms appeared to respond to the owl's song, swaying and shifting in perfect synchronicity with each haunting note. As my eyes adjusted to the encroaching twilight, I could almost discern features within the mist. Hints of wings, ancient eyes, and forms that flickered between bird and something beyond comprehension. I found myself swaying gently to the rhythm, my breath aligning with the forest's melodic pulse. The cool mist enveloped me like a comforting shroud, and despite the surreal spectacle, fear did not touch me. Instead, a profound serenity settled over me, as if I had stumbled upon an ancient and sacred ritual enacted in these woods since time immemorial. Gradually, I sensed a shift in the owl's song. The harmony deepened, layers of sound weaving intricate patterns that hinted at meanings just beyond my grasp. The misty shapes drew nearer, their choreography growing more elaborate. Amid their movements, glimpses of distant realms flashed before me. Moonlit clearings unknown to me, ancient trees foreign to these woods, stars aglow with hues beyond description. Time continued its enigmatic flow, and I found myself walking once more, though the decision to move eluded my memory. The path beneath my feet felt both familiar and foreign, existing in two realms simultaneously. Guided by the owl's melody and accompanied by the silent dancers of mist, I traversed what could have been moments or epochs, allowing the music to lead me through the twilight realm. Gradually, familiar landmarks emerged, the gnarled oak denoting the boundary of my usual route, the moss-covered boulder resembling a slumbering creature. Yet they appeared altered, infused with the enchantment of the night. As I neared the forest's edge, the mist began to dissipate, and with it, the ethereal chorus waned. One by one, the owl voices faded into silence, until only a solitary hoot remained, the same gentle call that had initiated the nocturnal symphony. Then, even that dwindled into the darkness, leaving behind a silence pregnant with enigmas. Emerging from the trees, my watch abruptly resumed its ticking. According to its dial, a mere hour had elapsed since I entered the forest, though my experience suggested otherwise. The misty dancers had vanished, leaving behind only the ordinary shadows of early evening. In the days that ensued, I continued my evening perambulations, yet the mysterious chorus and its spectral audience never crossed my path again. Occasionally, on particularly still nights, I caught a faint echo of that strange harmony in the distance, or glimpsed a fleeting movement at the edge of perception. However, the full symphony remained elusive, a phantasmal memory more vivid than reality itself. The forest guards its secrets closely, unveiling them only during moments of perfect twilight, when the boundary between what is and what could be blurs. I still tread the pathways as dusk descends, pausing to heed the owl's call in the gathering shadows. And on rare occasions, I sense the inklings of an answer, bearing the promise of another dance between light and shadow, guided by the solitary owl's song. Story 8. The soft patter of rain against my window was like a gentle lullaby, weaving a soothing melody into the quiet of the autumn night. My reading lamp cast a warm glow over the pages of my leather-bound journal, where I chronicled the strange occurrences that had captivated my attention in recent weeks. The scratch of my fountain pen on paper harmonized with the natural symphony outside, creating a tranquil atmosphere that enveloped me. It all began on a misty evening, much like this one, when the unmistakable sound of carriage wheels rolling over cobblestones first reached my ears. In our historic neighborhood, such sounds were not uncommon, as remnants of the past often mingled with the present. But this sound was different. It possessed an eerie consistency, a rhythmic precision that drew me to the window in fascination. Peering through the delicate curtains, I glimpsed the silhouette of an elegant carriage gliding through the ethereal mist, its dark form almost blending into the night. The carriage moved with an uncanny exactitude, its wheels turning in perfect synchrony, the hooves of the unseen horses striking the cobblestones with unwavering regularity. No driver guided the carriage, yet it navigated the streets with a mechanical determination that defied explanation. Night after night, the mysterious carriage made its silent rounds through our neighborhood. Each evening, As dusk descended and the first stars blinked into view, the familiar sound would echo through the streets, casting a spell of quiet anticipation over all who heard it. Even the animals seemed to sense its presence, pausing in their activities to acknowledge its passing. As time passed, the carriage became a subject of intrigue for the residents of our street. Stories circulated about its appearances at odd hours, its enigmatic nature sparking curiosity and speculation. I too found myself drawn into the mystery, documenting every detail in my journal. The dark hue of the carriage, the curious dimming of lights as it passed, the lingering scent of lilacs and wood smoke that trailed in its wake. One fog-laden evening, compelled by a sudden impulse, I decided to follow the carriage. Wrapped in a warm coat, I trailed behind as it glided through the winding streets, the damp cobblestones beneath my feet matching the steady rhythm of hooves and wheels. The world around me blurred in the dense fog, shifting and transforming until I found myself in a place that felt both familiar and foreign. The sound of the wheels took on a melodic quality, a haunting tune that seemed to echo from another time. The scent of lilacs grew stronger, mingling with other elusive fragrances that stirred memories long forgotten. Lost in a dreamlike trance, I followed the carriage into the unknown, each step drawing me deeper into its mysterious allure. But as I stumbled on an uneven stone, breaking the spell that bound me, the carriage vanished into the mist, leaving me standing alone on the deserted street. The clock struck midnight, its chime a solemn reminder of the passage of time as I made my way back home, my mind filled with unanswered questions and lingering wonder. The lilac blossom that appeared on my desk that night, a silent witness to my nocturnal adventure, seemed to hold a secret of its own. Its petals, a deep shade of purple-black, shimmered in the lamplight, a tangible reminder of the mystical journey I had embarked upon. Now, as the rain continues its gentle serenade outside my window, I await the familiar sound of wheels on cobblestones, knowing that the carriage will soon make its nightly appearance. In the quiet of the night, I ponder the mysteries that shroud its existence, the unanswered riddles that linger in the air like wisps of fog. Part of me longs to follow the carriage once more, to surrender myself to its enigmatic path and discover the secrets it guards. But for now, I content myself with watching from afar, listening to the haunting melody that accompanies its passage through the shadowed streets of our surreal world. As sleep beckons with its gentle embrace, I drift into dreams, the sound of hooves and wheels fading into the distance, carrying me into a realm where reality and reverie intertwine. The carriage continues its eternal journey, a silent traveler through the veils of night, its mysterious purpose hidden in the mists of time. Story 9. In the hushed embrace of an autumn evening, raindrops fell like whispered secrets upon the forest floor, painting a tapestry of sound against the rustling leaves. The fading light cast a spell of amber and gray over the woodland, beckoning me to wander deeper into its enigmatic heart. What began as a simple stroll to clear my mind soon led me off the beaten path, where ancient trees stood sentinel, their branches weaving a canopy of mystery above. As I meandered, a distant melody caught my ear, a gentle murmur beneath the symphony of rain and wind. Following the siren call of flowing water, I descended into a realm where time seemed to slow, and the air grew heavy with the scent of damp earth and age-old whispers. Moss-clad boulders guided my steps toward a hidden river valley, where a sight beyond imagining awaited. Before me lay a river of dark clarity, its languid waters defying the laws of nature as they wound their serpentine path through the land. Veiled in mist, the river seemed to materialize from the very rock itself, a secret unfurled by the ancient forest. Drawn by an unseen force, I descended to the water's edge, where a cave mouth beckoned, its breath a silent invitation to the unknown. The cave exhaled tales of forgotten lore, its depths shrouded in mist and mystery. Illuminated by ethereal lights of shifting hues, the entrance pulsed with a silent rhythm, a language of luminescence that spoke to something primal within me. Time lost its grip as the dancing lights wove patterns of meaning, a tapestry of stories untold, yet somehow understood. Balanced on the threshold of revelation, I felt a choice unfurling before me, a choice that would alter the very fabric of my existence. The light's dance grew urgent, their whispers guiding me toward an uncertain destiny. With a breathless resolve, I stepped onto the glowing stones that bridged the river, each step a leap of faith into the realm of the unseen. As the cave's breath enveloped me in a tender embrace, the river's song resonated in my soul, a chorus of ancient whispers calling me home. In that suspended moment between worlds, I embraced the unknown, a journey of transformation unfolding before me. Whether I took that final step into the enigmatic depths or retraced my path to the familiar world above, I knew that the boundary between reality and magic had blurred forever. The story of what lay beyond the cave's veiled entrance remained a mystery, a tale whispered by the wind and carried by the river's eternal flow. Yet on nights of quiet rain and stillness, the echo of that otherworldly music lingered in the air, a reminder of the hidden wonders that dwell within the heart of the forest. In the dance of mysterious lights and the whispered songs of the underground river, the magic of that moment lived on, a beacon guiding me back to the threshold where dreams and reality intertwine in a symphony of enchantment. Story 10. The soft, steady patter of rain against the ancient stone walls of the grand castle created a tranquil melody that reverberated through the empty corridors. In my temporary chamber, I observed as droplets of water meandered down the leaded glass windows, their journey illuminated by fleeting flashes of distant lightning. The warm glow of candlelight waltzed along the walls, casting gentle shadows that seemed to sway with the flicker of the flames. Recently entrusted as the caretaker of this majestic edifice, I had just arrived before the autumn storms settled in. The former caretaker had departed hastily, leaving behind only a weathered leather-bound journal brimming with enigmatic musings and peculiar observations. The pages carried a faint scent of age, mingled with a hint of something sweeter, perhaps lavender or dried roses, that lingered in the air whenever I perused its contents. The castle itself stood as a masterpiece of medieval craftsmanship, its weathered stones holding within them centuries of untold tales. Tapestries adorned the walls, their colors muted by time, yet still whispering stories of long-forgotten feasts and merriment. In the quiet lulls, when the wind hushed, I could almost discern the faint echoes of ancient revelry carried on the gentle draft that meandered through the corridors. On this particular night, as the storm outside intensified, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon in the movement of shadows within the grand hall. The candlelight seemed to catch on something intangible, akin to watching smoke drift through water. It brought to mind an entry from the old caretaker's journal, where he spoke of the breathing of the castle. Initially, I had dismissed it as the fanciful ramblings of a solitary soul, but now uncertainty clouded my thoughts. Descending the spiral staircase, my steps muffled by the plush carpet runner, the air grew cooler as I ventured further, carrying with it the earthy scent of the castle's ancient foundations. The vast expanse of the great hall stretched before me, its vaulted ceiling disappearing into darkness above. Rain continued its gentle rhythm against the towering windows, providing a serene backdrop to my exploration. Certain spots within the hall felt different, patches of air slightly warmer or cooler than their surroundings, reminiscent of walking through sunlit spots on a cloudy day, yet here, devoid of any sunlight. Turning to the journal once more, I discovered a passage where the previous caretaker had mapped out these very spots, labeling them as the castle's breath. The tapestries stirred softly, though no discernible breeze disturbed the air. Standing before a particularly exquisite tapestry depicting a medieval hunt, I sensed the distinct feeling of being observed, not with malice, but with a curiosity akin to the castle itself studying its new custodian. The journal held accounts of similar occurrences, described in meticulous detail. The former caretaker had begun to discern patterns in the castle's behavior, the subtle warming of certain rooms before a storm, the shifting of tapestries in specific sequences, the very air pulsing with a slow, steady rhythm akin to a slumbering giant's breath. Hours slipped by as I ventured through the castle, jotting down my own observations alongside the old entries. The storm outside raged on, yet within the castle's embrace I felt an inexplicable tranquility. The thunder, instead of menacing, seemed akin to the contented sighs of an ancient entity. Lightning briefly illuminated the stained glass windows, casting vibrant hues that danced upon the stone floors. Within the library, a remarkable discovery awaited. The former caretaker had noted that on stormy nights, the books would rearrange themselves in enigmatic patterns. Tonight, I witnessed the leather-bound tomes subtly shifting on their shelves, their spines aligning in a mesmerizing display under the flickering candlelight. Rather than instill fear, it felt akin to witnessing a clandestine performance, as if the castle chose to divulge one of its enigmas to me. As the grandfather clock tolled midnight, its resonant chimes echoing through the vacant chambers, I perceived another shift in the room's atmosphere. The air crackled with anticipation, reminiscent of the moments preceding a summer rain. Yet instead of building to a crescendo, it settled into a comforting warmth, enveloping me like a soft embrace. Drawn to a specific section of the library where the former caretaker had dedicated much of his time, evidenced by the well-used chair and densely filled journal, I noticed the shadows waltzing in a peculiar manner, forming patterns that almost resembled inscriptions on the walls. The old caretaker had endeavored to decipher these ethereal messages, filling pages with potential interpretations. As the night deepened, I comprehended why he had been so captivated. The castle was not merely a structure. It embodied something more, a living entity in its own unique essence. The stones did not merely retain memories, they exhaled them into the air, sharing them with those willing to listen. In the final entry of the journal, the previous caretaker had inscribed something that now resonated deeply within me. The castle doesn't disclose its mysteries, it imparts them, like a grandmother recounting tales to a cherished grandchild. The enigmas are not meant to be deciphered, but to be experienced, to be immersed within. Each night heralds new whispers, new patterns, new exhalations of ancient air bearing remnants of bygone eras. As I penned my initial entry in a fresh journal, the storm persisted in its gentle siege on the castle walls. The shadows continued their graceful dance. The tapestries shifted subtly, and the air retained its enigmatic warmth. I comprehended that my purpose was not to unravel the castle's secrets or elucidate its mysteries. I was here to become a part of its ongoing narrative, to contribute my own breath to its ancient cadence, to join the countless others who had traversed these corridors and sensed the gentle, living essence of the edifice. The candlelight flickered, casting shadows that mingled with those playing upon the walls. Somewhere in the distance, a door whispered open, and a smile graced my lips, acknowledging that the castle was merely turning another page in its eternal tale. Tonight, as the storm enveloped us both, I felt I had discovered not merely a role or a dwelling place, but a sanctuary within these vibrant walls, where each night ushered in new murmurs of old legends, and each shadow bore the promise of yet another gentle mystery waiting to be shared. Story 11. The gentle cadence of waves caressing ancient stone enveloped my senses as I journeyed down the meandering path leading to the lighthouse. The evening breeze carried with it the tang of salt and seaweed, intermingling harmoniously with the rich scent of damp earth left by the passing rain. With each hushed footfall on the moist earth, the tall grass whispered softly in the coastal wind. Ahead, the lighthouse loomed, its whitewashed facade taking on an otherworldly aura in the waning light. Layers of history peeked through peeling paint, adding to the structure's enigmatic charm. As the trusted assistant to the lighthouse keeper, I had known this beacon as a constant presence in my life. Yet tonight, an unfamiliar air hung about it. Instead of the usual welcoming golden beam stretching over the waters, there was only darkness, although the lantern room glowed faintly atop the tower. The iron key felt icy against my skin as I unlocked the massive wooden door. With a low, reverberating groan, it swung open, filling the circular chamber with its echo. The familiar scents of brass and oil greeted me, accompanied by an elusive fragrance reminiscent of aged books and withered blooms. My steps echoed softly on the stone floor as I embarked on the ascent up the spiral staircase. 142 steps. Though a familiar climb, tonight, each step seemed to murmur beneath my weight. The usual sounds of the lighthouse, the gentle tick of the machinery, the soft sigh of the wind through the vents, sounded muffled, as if veiled by a thick fog. The brass handrail felt strangely warm to the touch, despite the chill of the evening. Ascending, I noticed peculiar details out of place. The walls, typically immaculate from our meticulous upkeep, bore faint markings resembling script. Yet, upon closer inspection, they proved to be mere natural stone patterns. Reaching the watchroom just below the lantern room, I spied the logbook lying open on the desk, though I distinctly recalled closing it earlier. The pages fluttered, untouched by any breeze. The most recent entry, scribed in what seemed to be my own hand, detailed an eerie occurrence. Light shines forth but illuminates nothing. The beam passes through the fog as if it doesn't exist. A chill crept in as I ascended the final steps to the lantern room. The Fresnel lens gleamed brilliantly, its prisms capturing and refracting the lamplight. The mechanism whirred steadily, yet peering out through the panes, I saw no light cutting through the encroaching darkness. It was as if the radiance dissipated mere feet from its source. Approaching the windows, I pressed my palm to the cool glass. The sea below lay eerily calm, its surface a velvety black. Stars failed to mirror on the water, though the sky above shone clear. The horizon had vanished, merging sea and sky in an absolute obsidian void throbbing with an unseen pulse. The cryptic logbook entry tugged at my thoughts. Years spent tending to this lighthouse had acquainted me with every nuance and peculiarity. The notion of light simply vanishing challenged my understanding of the natural order, yet there I stood, witnessing it firsthand. A soft scraping sound drew my gaze to a corner of the room. The maintenance toolbox, previously shut and secured, lay open. Inside, tools arranged in an unfamiliar manner formed what resembled symbols. A blink restored normalcy, yet an unsettling unease lingered. The flame of the lamp flickered erratically, casting dancing shadows on the brass fixtures. When my reflection caught my eye in the glass, its movement seemed slightly delayed, a subtle discrepancy in synchronization. A gentle hum emanated from the lens, organic and melodic, akin to a wet finger tracing a crystal glass, though deeper, more resonant. The vibration seemed to permeate the floor, coursing through me. The logbook beckoned once more. Glancing at it, I witnessed words materializing on the page as if penned by an unseen hand. The darkness doesn't consume the light. It transforms it into something imperceptible. Some things are meant to remain unseen. Gazing outward again, I observed dark patches in lieu of the beam illuminating the water, liquid shadows swirling against the current, forming patterns that hinted at meaning, a language etched in light's absence. Mesmerized, I watched as the humming intensified, the warm glow of the lamp pulsating in harmony. Brass fixtures reflected light in defiance of physics, casting impossible angles and shadows that defied logic. Time warped within the lantern room. The moon traversed the sky with unnatural speed, yet the clock displayed mere minutes passing. The lens's rotation remained steady, warping the darkness outside into perplexing shapes, confounding my comprehension. The warmth of the brass rail waned, replaced by an ambiguous sensation, as if touching a substance between solid, liquid, and gas. The air hummed with anticipation, akin to the calm before a storm, yet gentler, more inviting. Descending the stairs felt akin to passing through veils of reality, slightly askew. The lighthouse, always more than a mere structure to me, now seemed to occupy a realm between realms, its purpose transcending mere navigation of ships through the night. Come morning, no trace of the peculiar events lingered in the logbook. Tools rested in their expected spots, the lens cast its beam as usual. Yet on quiet nights, a subtle fading of light and a faint hum return. In those moments, I ponder if the lighthouse doesn't merely pierce the darkness but converses with it, speaking a language of light and shadow beyond our grasp. The enigma of that night persists, shrouded in layers of uncertainty that shift with each recollection. The lighthouse maintains its eternal watch, and I mine, acknowledging that some mysteries are best left unspoken, their truths concealed in the interstice between light and shadow, known and unknown, seen and unseen. Story 12. The soft patter of raindrops against my window had become a soothing melody, weaving a tapestry of tranquility in the stillness of the night. Within the walls of my grandmother's house, a sense of enigmatic allure lingered, deepening with each passing day since I inherited this ancestral abode. The rain tonight carried a delicate touch, veiling the world outside in a misty embrace that blurred the boundaries of reality. As I traversed the creaking wooden floorboards, their whispers echoed stories of bygone years, resonating with the weight of history. The air bore the familiar fragrance of aged books and lavender, evoking fond memories of leisurely afternoons spent immersed in tales within the library's embrace. My nightly ritual had evolved into a meditative dance, moving through each room, ensuring all was secure before succumbing to rest. The house exuded a sense of spacious intimacy, bathed in the warm glow of vintage sconces casting dancing lights on the walls. Approaching my grandmother's study, a subtle shift in the atmosphere captivated my senses. The air grew dense, hinting at an impending storm, while the door before me loomed taller, exuding an imposing aura. The brass doorknob gleamed with an ethereal light, drawing me closer as I traced the grain of the wood beneath my fingertips. Opening the door revealed a familiar scene, yet tinged with an unsettling discord, as if reality itself had skewed slightly off-center. The study appeared unchanged at first glance, yet subtle anomalies whispered of a hidden truth. Shadows deepened, infused with a mysterious depth, while the air carried a sweet undertone, reminiscent of nocturnal blooms. As I ventured further into the room, the antique books lining the shelves seemed to shift and morph in the dim light, teasing elusive secrets at the corner of my vision. One particular volume beckoned to me, its dark binding absorbing light in a way that defied logic. As my hand reached out, a ripple of movement caught my attention, stirring shadows behind the desk like rippling waters. The room grew colder, ushering in scents of damp earth and autumn whispers, while the rain outside faded into a hushed silence that enveloped me. The door closed behind me with a soft click, its surface momentarily transforming into a canvas of arcane symbols before reverting to familiarity. Turning my gaze back to the bookshelf, the once prominent volume had vanished, leaving a void that the neighboring books seemed eager to conceal. A fleeting touch of lavender brushed past, weaving a sense of intimacy that cocooned me within the room's confines. Settling into my grandmother's armchair, the shadows wove intricate patterns on the walls, their dance a silent symphony of forgotten lore. Time lost its hold as I became entranced by the shifting darkness beyond the windows, a velvety expanse teeming with enigmatic shapes that defied earthly logic. The door stood as a threshold to the unknown, its brass doorknob pulsing with a mesmerizing light that beckoned me forward. Reality blurred into a dreamscape where shadows inscribed tales of cosmic significance upon the walls. Fragrances intertwined, evoking memories both real and imagined, as the darkness enveloped me in its tender embrace. In that timeless moment, the door's rippling surface revealed a realm of infinite possibilities, a sanctuary of whispered promises and half-remembered echoes. As I hesitated at the threshold, the darkness reached out with tendrils of shadow, inviting me to step beyond into a realm where the ordinary gave way to the extraordinary. Whether I crossed that elusive boundary or remained rooted in the study's fading reality, the door remained a conduit to the unknown, a gateway to realms unseen. And on quiet, rainy nights, I still find myself drawn to that door, where the mysteries of the past converge with the possibilities of the future, whispering tales of endless twilight and eternal wisdom. The rain's gentle cadence continues, a comforting reminder that some enigmas are meant to be felt rather than deciphered. The door stands as a silent sentinel, an invitation to explore the infinite expanse of the unknown, where darkness may just be another form of light, illuminating the boundless mysteries that lie beyond. Story 13. The soft patter of autumn rain against the windows enveloped my study in a tranquil melody as I sifted through ancient family documents. The cozy glow from my vintage desk lamp created a circle of warmth around me, leaving the rest of the room draped in gentle shadows. This house had once been my grandmother's abode, and following her peaceful departure, I inherited not just the Victorian structure, but also the echoes of generations nestled within its walls. Amidst the yellowed papers, my fingers chanced upon a leather-bound journal, its surface weathered by the hands of time. Without any markings on its cover, I opened it to discover my grandmother's familiar script. The pages detailed her usual meticulous notes on the house's upkeep, until I stumbled upon an entry that gave me pause. Found another door in the root cellar today. It shouldn't be there. The foundation plans show solid wall. The rain continued its gentle symphony as I reclined in my chair, pondering those words. Despite my childhood visits to the root cellar, I couldn't recall any additional door. The leather of my reading chair let out a soft creak as I shifted, and somewhere within the house, old wooden beams settled with a hushed groan. My bare feet made no sound on the plush carpet as I stood and made my way to the kitchen. At the end of a short hallway awaited the cellar door, its brass handle gleaming in the warm light. With a smooth turn of the old key, a rush of cool air greeted me as I descended the wooden steps. The root cellar always carried a medley of intriguing scents: earth and stone, the mineral essence of the foundation, and lingering hints of apples and potatoes stored there long ago. My flashlight danced over rough stone walls and ancient shelves, everything appearing just as I remembered, until a subtle anomaly caught my eye in the far corner. A section of the wall seemed subtly different, the texture of the stones drawing my attention. As I approached, the beam of my flashlight revealed delicate variations in the mortar lines. My fingers traced the pattern, discerning subtle differences in the surface until they found a slight indentation. With a gentle push, there was a soft click, and a part of the wall swung inward with surprising ease, unveiling a staircase leading into darkness. The steps, crafted from the same stone as the foundation, showed no signs of age or wear. A strange warmth and a faint, sweet fragrance, reminiscent of summer gardens, wafted up from below. While my grandmother's journal mentioned the door, it offered no clues about what lay beyond. The staircase beckoned for exploration, yet there was a reassuring perfection in its construction. The flashlight revealed no end to the staircase. It curved gently out of sight as it descended. Seated on the top step, I allowed the warm air from below to envelop me. The rain sound was muted, replaced by a subtle hum, akin to the distant murmur of wind through a seashell. Time seemed to stretch in this space, each moment unfolding languidly like honey from a spoon. Descending, the light altered its quality. The flashlight's beam softened, diffused by an unseen presence, not dust or mist, but something akin to the golden haze of late afternoon sunlight. The walls began to exhibit iridescent traces, shifting patterns when viewed from different angles. The staircase's curve continued, and I realized I had been descending for what felt like an eternity. Yet it was a journey that felt natural, almost restorative. The sweet scent intensified, now mingled with a hint of something mineral and ancient. Occasionally, I paused to run my fingers along the wall, finding the stone warm to the touch, resonating with a subtle vibration, as if pulsing with an internal energy. At times, distant sounds teased my ears, perhaps melodies, whispered conversations, or the rustle of leaves in a breeze. But whenever I strained to listen, the sounds would fade into the background hum that pervaded the space. Eventually, the staircase opened into a small landing. The walls were adorned with what appeared to be inscriptions, in a script unfamiliar to me. The characters seemed to ebb and flow when I averted my gaze, akin to ripples on a pond stirred by a gentle breeze. Another staircase descended from the landing, yet an unspoken intuition urged me that this was far enough for today. Seated on the landing, I allowed the warm air and subtle vibrations to wash over me. The space wasn't menacing nor inviting. It simply existed, akin to a natural law or a mathematical constant. Upon my ascent, the cellar remained unchanged. With a soft click, the hidden door shut, and soon I found myself back in my study, the rain maintaining its rhythmic dance against the windows. My grandmother's journal lay open on the desk, and as I reached to close it, a faint addition caught my eye. Beneath the entry regarding the door, in barely discernible writing, she had penned, "Some questions are answers in themselves. Some doors exist not to be passed through, but to remind us of what lies beyond our comprehension." I never revisited the staircase, but on tranquil nights, when the house settled into its foundation with soft creaks and sighs, I sometimes fancied I could perceive that sweet, warm breeze drifting up from below, carrying with it the faint whisper of those nearly heard sounds. In those moments, I grasped precisely what my grandmother had meant. The journal now rests in my desk drawer, and occasionally, when the rain taps against the windows and the evening light grows soft, I retrieve it, running my fingers over its weathered leather cover. The enigma of the staircase endures, not as a puzzle to be solved, but as a gentle nudge that some spaces exist between our knowledge and our dreams, between our comprehension and the depths of our hearts. And perhaps such mysteries belong precisely in that serene twilight realm between wakefulness and slumber, where questions require no answers, and where the enigmatic enfolds us like a cozy blanket on a rainy autumn night. Story 14. As the rain softly tapped against the window of my secluded cabin, I found myself entranced by the mysterious melody that had led me to this serene place, the enchanting singing waterfall. Wrapped in a cozy wool blanket, I sat in my favorite armchair, letting the soothing rhythm of the rainfall blend with the ethereal song that seemed to drift through the misty night air. The locals had spoken of the waterfall's captivating tune, describing how it whispered ancient secrets that only the attentive could decipher. Initially, I had dismissed their tales as mere folklore, designed to allure curious travelers like myself. However, after spending 3 nights in the cabin, I began to sense the profound reverence behind their stories. The rain continued its gentle percussion on the wooden walls, creating a tranquil backdrop for my evening reflections. A crackling fire in the stone fireplace cast dancing shadows on the rustic wooden floor, filling the room with a warm glow. The fragrance of pine and damp earth wafted in through the open window, carrying the crisp essence of the surrounding forest. This night, there was a subtle shift in the waterfall's melody. It carried a whisper-like quality, almost as if it were trying to convey a specific message. Leaning forward in my chair, I strained to discern the watery whispers that seemed to linger in the air. The nearly full moon intermittently peeked through the rain clouds, casting silver beams of light into the room. In those fleeting moments of illumination, the shadows seemed to dance in a mesmerizing pattern, pulsating in sync with the waterfall's song, creating elusive shapes that teased my perception. Beside me, my old leather journal lay open, its pages filled with previous attempts to capture the essence of the waterfall's music. Each night, the notes I jotted down subtly transformed, as if the melody itself was evolving or revealing different facets of its enigmatic composition. Tonight, however, the page remained blank, for I was too captivated by the current variation to translate it into written form. The room's temperature gradually dropped despite the crackling fire, yet the chill felt invigorating rather than chilling, akin to the freshness of a spring morning. The mist outside thickened, pressing against the window as if eager to unveil hidden secrets. Within its swirling embrace, vague shapes emerged, faces, symbols, or perhaps echoes of age-old mysteries. As midnight approached, signaled by the gentle chime of my grandfather's pocket watch, the waterfall's melody intensified, almost transcending into a coherent language just beyond my comprehension. The mist outside shimmered with a gentle glow, casting a pearlescent sheen through the windows. In a trance-like state, I found myself standing, drawn irresistibly towards the window to better perceive the waterfall's enchanting song. The wooden floor vibrated subtly beneath my feet, aligning with the cascading rhythm of the water. Peering through the misted glass, I discerned the path leading to the waterfall, usually shrouded in darkness at this late hour. Now it glowed with a faint, mystical light, as silvery firefly-like glimmers danced along its length, synchronized with the melodic cadence. The rain had softened to a delicate drizzle, each droplet capturing and reflecting the enigmatic light like miniature prisms. The very air seemed to resonate with the song, permeating every particle with its haunting melody. The effect was entrancing, instilling in me a profound sense of tranquility and connection to something ancient and profound. Acting on an unspoken impulse, I donned my coat and boots, guided by an irresistible urge to explore the midnight allure of the waterfall. Though my rational mind cautioned against such nocturnal wanderings, there was no hint of menace in the beckoning call, only a gentle invitation that I felt compelled to accept. Stepping onto the small porch, I became enveloped in the song's embrace. The mist caressed my skin like silk as I followed the luminescent path that meandered into the forest, shimmering like a ribbon of celestial light. Each step felt instinctive, as though I were retracing a forgotten journey known to me long ago. The nocturnal forest, typically cloaked in shadows and mystery, now appeared as an enchanted sanctuary. The trees swayed in perfect harmony with the melody, their leaves shedding droplets that fell like musical notes, adding a harmonious percussion to the symphony enveloping me. Drawing nearer to the waterfall, the song deepened, resonating within me in a profound, soothing manner. The mist thickened, revealing ephemeral scenes within its swirling embrace, memories not my own, glimpses of distant realms I had never traversed. Gradually, the waterfall materialized before me, unveiled through the luminous mist. Each droplet of water descended in slow motion, capturing the mysterious light like suspended jewels. The pool at its base reflected not the night sky, but an alternate firmament adorned with unfamiliar constellations of otherworldly stars. Standing at the water's edge, I watched the cascading liquid in its hypnotic descent. The song reached a pinnacle of clarity, its message resonating in my heart, even if the words remained just beyond my grasp. It spoke of time and memory, of cycles and renewal, of revelations lost and rediscovered. A gentle breeze stirred the mist, and for a fleeting moment, I witnessed ethereal figures dancing within the falling water, not phantoms or specters, but embodiments of music itself, fluid and radiant. Time seemed suspended as I beheld the mesmerizing interplay of water and light. Unbeknownst to me, the moon completed its nocturnal journey, while the rain ceased altogether, leaving the air thick with mist and enigma. With the first light of dawn heralding the new day, the waterfall's melody transitioned into a softer, more tender lullaby. The luminescent mist began to wane, and the mysterious lights along the path dimmed gradually. Guided by the faint glimmers and lingering echoes of the song, I retraced my steps back to the cabin. Each footfall felt weightless, as if traversing a realm woven of dreams, yet I held the certainty that all I had experienced was undeniably real as the mysteries that cloaked this enigmatic place. Returning to the cabin, I found my journal open to the blank page. Taking up the pen, I began to transcribe not musical notes, but the essence of my nocturnal odyssey. Every sensation, every emotion, every elusive glimpse and profound whisper. As the final words flowed from my pen, the sun's gentle rays illuminated the room. The fire had dwindled to embers, and the ambiance had reverted to its usual state. Everything appeared unchanged, yet subtly transformed by the night's revelations. Each subsequent night, I still hear the waterfall's haunting melody, though it never quite reaches the clarity of that extraordinary evening. Occasionally, under the full moon and gentle rain, I catch fleeting glimpses of that mystical luminescence, shadows of those ethereal figures pirouetting in the falling water. The mist occasionally weaves patterns that almost coalesce into meaning, and the path sometimes glimmers faintly in the darkness. Yet, the true essence of that fateful night remains as enigmatic as the waterfall's song itself. Perhaps some mysteries are destined to elude our understanding, to be cherished for their very inscrutability. And so, I remain here, listening to the water's song each night, chronicling my thoughts in the journal, pondering the hidden enigmas within the melody of cascading water and the dance of light through mist. Story 15. The autumn breeze whispered through the trees as I strolled down the meandering path leading to my grandmother's ancient Victorian home. The worn wooden steps groaned softly under my weight, a familiar melody that echoed the countless memories of my childhood visits. The porch lanterns, usually aglow with a warm, inviting light, stood ominously dark on this particular evening, their glass panes reflecting only the ghostly moonbeams. It had been 3 months since I inherited the house upon my grandmother's peaceful departure in her sleep. Every evening, like clockwork, I would light the 12 antique lanterns at sunset, following the same ritual she had faithfully performed for decades. It was a way to keep her spirit alive in the walls that held so much history. But tonight felt different. The air hung heavy with an unusual stillness, carrying the fragrant whispers of damp earth and aged timber. As I reached for my keys, my hand brushed against the brass lighter nestled in my coat pocket. The very same one my grandmother had wielded for years, its surface polished smooth by years of use. The foyer enveloped me in a familiar blend of lavender and old books, scents my grandmother had carefully curated over time with dried flowers and leather-bound tomes. My footsteps reverberated softly on the polished floorboards as I made my way through the house, illuminating the vintage wall sconces that cast a soft amber hue on the Victorian wallpaper. I began my evening routine, starting with the lantern by the entrance. The brass lighter sparked but failed to ignite the wick. Perplexed, I tried again, only to be met with the same stubborn darkness. Moving to the next lantern, I encountered a similar resistance. Each wick seemed to repel the flame, shrouding the porch in an eerie silence broken only by the rustling of ivy in the night breeze. The moon ascended higher, painting intricate patterns through the leaves that danced like ethereal spirits. Despite the lantern's defiance, my brass lighter worked flawlessly when tested on a candle indoors. The grandfather clock's gentle ticking drifted through the window, a reminder of the relentless march of time. Yet this night felt suspended in a realm outside ordinary time, as if the darkness of the lanterns created a bubble of tranquility in the world. Recollections of my grandmother's tales about the lanterns surfaced in my mind, particularly a story about them refusing to light on significant nights. Settling on the porch swing, I let its rhythmic sway blend with the nocturnal symphony around me. The air grew cooler, carrying the sweet scent of honeysuckle, while an owl's soft hoot mingled with the rustle of leaves in the distance. Amidst the darkened lanterns, I noticed a peculiar sight. Thin silver threads, barely visible in the moon's glow, connected each lantern in a delicate web that shimmered and vanished with each blink, like gossamer strands catching the light. The grandfather clock told midnight, each chime enhancing the visibility of the silver threads until they formed a complete circle binding all 12 lanterns. Within this luminescent web, the air felt denser, pulsing with a vitality that echoed my grandmother's presence, her lavender perfume lingering like a phantom. The swing shifted imperceptibly, as if a spectral visitor had joined me. I remained motionless, observing as the silver threads throbbed gently, revealing shadowy figures that danced between the lanterns, elusive yet hauntingly familiar. As the night unfolded, I realized these lanterns were more than mere lights. They were custodians of memory, guardians of ancestral lore. Their refusal to kindle was not a malfunction, but an invitation. On nights when the barrier between past and present grew thin, they beckoned with darkness to unveil profound truths. Time slipped away unnoticed as I sat amidst the nocturnal serenade, the shadows' subtle movements entrancing me. With the first light of dawn, the silver threads dissolved, leaving only the memory of their ephemeral dance. Rising from the swing, my grandmother's brass lighter radiated warmth in my hand as I reignited the first lantern, its flame unwavering. One by one, the lanterns yielded to the light, now imbued with the echoes of generations past who had tended them. Their stories flickered in the interplay of shadow and illumination, waiting for nights when darkness unveiled hidden depths. I shared this revelation with no one, silently attuning myself to the lantern's enigmatic behavior on nights of significance, honoring their legacy as silent storytellers. In the quietude of twilight, as I lingered on the porch swing, enveloped in the golden glow of the lanterns, I reflected on the profound truth that darkness isn't absence, but a different presence, whispering tales only decipherable in the language of shadows and silence. Story 16. The ancient dwelling took on a new aura as twilight descended. Nestled in my grandfather's weathered leather armchair, I observed the fading glow of the sun's embrace, allowing shadows to play their silent game upon the aged wooden floor. Raindrops tapped a gentle melody on the window panes, harmonizing with the crackling fireplace, weaving a lulling symphony. Inheriting this residence 3 moons past, its daytime charm offered solace, yet the night unveiled a peculiar essence, a veil of enigma that lingered unexplained. The air grew denser, laden with the weight of darkness itself. A fragrance of aged tomes and cedar wood mingled with the earthy perfume of rain-soaked earth seeping through the weathered window frames. My gaze drifted to the timeless grandfather clock standing sentinel in the corner, its rhythmic ticking a constant companion. The brass pendulum swayed hypnotically, casting fleeting reflections on the dim wallpaper. Fatigue tugged at my eyelids as I discerned a curious anomaly at the distant window, an oversight from previous nocturnal vigils. Raindrops cascading against the glass painted an unusual tableau, defying gravity in their descent. Blinking in disbelief, the fire's warm glow transformed the glass into a liquid canvas, rippling in a mesmerizing dance. Rising from the chair, I tread softly towards the window, my footfalls muffled by the ancient floorboards. The closer I drew, the more apparent the subtle discrepancies became. The frame, once thought to be of dark wood, now shimmered with an opalescent sheen, akin to moonlit mother of pearl. The glass beneath my touch felt neither warm nor cold, but a blend of both sensations. Peering beyond, the expected view of the garden had morphed into a pulsating fog, glowing with an inner luminescence. Shapes stirred within the mist, ethereal forms fluid yet defined, a dance of familiarity akin to half-remembered dreams. The grandfather clock tolled 9, its resonant chimes permeating the room. Each reverberation seemed to ripple through the nebulous fog beyond, momentarily halting the spectral waltz within. Rainfall's cadence intensified, now carrying whispers, not ominous, but gentle murmurs reminiscent of leaves rustling in a summer zephyr. Sinking onto the window seat, my reflection waning as I fixed my gaze on the enigma outside. The mist began to dissipate, offering glimpses of an improbable chamber, a realm inconceivable beyond this second-story aperture. Elegantly crafted furniture, levitating books, and a mirror image of the very window I peered through materialized in fragments. The whispers grew more distinct, their warmth akin to familiar voices conversing just beyond reach. Rain's aroma evolved into a complex bouquet, whispers of vanilla, aged parchment, and an indefinable floral sweetness. The very air hummed with a serene energy, akin to the aftermath of a resonant bell. Time itself seemed to bend in that moment. The clock's ticks elongated, each second a languid droplet of honey. Shapes in the mist coalesced into narratives, tales of bygone nights, silent observers, and windows to other worlds. Faces of tranquil curiosity flickered, hands outstretched towards the glass, mirroring my own. The dwindling fire cast new shadows that danced upon the window, revealing ephemeral inscriptions in unknown languages, their meaning grasped intuitively. They spoke of thresholds, hidden portals, and chambers nested within reality's folds. A drowsy haze enveloped me as I beheld this enigmatic spectacle, resisting the beckoning slumber, fearful of missing the next revelation. The fog continued its unhurried waltz, occasionally parting to unveil tantalizing glimpses of the impossible chamber beyond. Perhaps a fluttering curtain, a shifting shadow, or a solitary figure mirroring my posture in a chair akin to my grandfather's. The whispers now lulled, intertwining with the rain's melody in a soothing concord. They divulged secrets, veiled locales, and realms adrift beyond the fragile barrier of glass. Drifting on the cusp of consciousness, straddling the borders of sleep and wakefulness, of this realm and the other, my lids surrendered to gravity. A soft click, akin to an unlocked door, followed by a whisper of hinges, lingered on the edge of perception. The last sensation recalled was a cool breath carrying sense of antiquity and infinite possibilities. With dawn's arrival, I found myself nestled in the ancestral chair, a forgotten blanket draped over me. The window had reverted to its mundane visage, revealing only the rain-soaked garden. Yet, upon the window seat, a single parchment lay, its script morphing with a mesmerizing flux when directly observed. Despite my attempts, the text eluded comprehension. Yet on rare nights, amidst the rain's rhythm and perfect alignment of shadows, a whisper of understanding grazed my consciousness. Every eve since, I've lingered by that window, an eager watcher. The mist may manifest or remain elusive, unveiling either the enigmatic chamber or mere shadows. Nevertheless, the whispers persist. The gentle rain continues its serenade, promising untold mysteries yet to unfurl. And at times, when the clock chimes 9 and the fire dwindles, I ponder if an unseen observer in that other realm gazes back, pen poised, penning tales of a window peering into our world. Story 17. The gentle dusk descended upon the ancient stone walls, draping them in a soft purple glow like silk. Standing at the entrance of the deserted monastery, I observed as evening mist weaved through the decaying arches, carrying the delicate fragrance of wild roses that intertwined with the weathered stones. A serene stillness pervaded the air, a prelude to the night when even the birds held their breath in anticipation. Intrigued by the tales of its haunting allure, I had come to capture the ruins through my camera lens, finding solace in the weight of the familiar device hanging around my neck. Sunlight's final caress seeped through shattered windows, painting elongated shadows that danced upon the worn stones. Each step I took reverberated softly through the empty corridors, accompanied by the gentle rustle of leaves carried by the evening breeze. The monastery, a witness to centuries of prayers and whispered confessions, now lay embraced by nature, ivy winding lovingly around the stone and moss carpeting the floors in lush green patches. Venturing further into the labyrinthine complex, I noticed a gradual drop in temperature, a peculiar chill in the warm summer evening. The air held a dampness that made the stone walls glisten in the flash of my camera. The quality of light intrigued me, lingering in corners beyond the natural laws, bending around pillars in defiance of explanation. A particular corridor beckoned me, adorned with remnants of ancient frescoes that clung to the walls like fading memories, their figures almost imperceptibly shifting in my peripheral vision. As twilight deepened, a peculiar aspect of the whispering wind caught my attention. It moved with purpose, its ethereal touch trailing along the walls as if guided by unseen hands. At times, it murmured in a language just beyond comprehension, a tantalizing tease at the edge of understanding. Setting up my tripod in what appeared to be the main chapel, I prepared for long exposure shots in the waning light, surrounded by an aura of reverence despite the decay. Fragments of stained glass cast kaleidoscopic patterns on the floor as the wind's whispers grew more distinct, weaving a musical rhythm through the ruins. The perfume of roses mingled with the earthy scent of ancient stone and moss, creating an intoxicating blend that stirred something deep within me. Swaying slightly to the hypnotic symphony of sound and scent, I noticed how the shadows seemed to undulate, responding to the wind's breath like a slumbering creature. Night enveloped the monastery, the temperature plummeting as my breath formed wispy clouds in the air. The wind's whispers took on an urgent tone, a murmur that seemed to carry my name in its ethereal embrace. Walking deeper into the heart of the complex, guided by an unnamed force, I captured image after image with my camera, the moonlight painting elusive shapes upon the ruins, like faces glimpsed through rippling water. In the monastery's library, empty shelves whispered of forgotten knowledge, the wind moving through the room like pages of an unseen tome. The shadows deepened, pulsing gently with each gust, while the wind's voice carried whispers just shy of clarity. Framing the moonlight cascading over the vacant shelves for a final shot, I closed my eyes, allowing the symphony of the wind to envelop me in its ancient melody. Upon opening my eyes, a profound shift had occurred in the darkness, the shadows now holding depth and secrets untold. The wind's song reached a crescendo, resonating through the still air, while fleeting glimpses of robed figures teased my peripheral vision before vanishing into the night. Reluctantly gathering my equipment, I retraced my steps through the ruins, the wind bidding me a melancholic farewell. Pausing at the entrance, I cast one final glance back at the shimmering ruins, suspended between worlds in the moonlight's embrace. Though my photographs displayed only crumbling stone and shadow, late at night, when the wind whispered outside, echoes of that otherworldly song lingered. In dreams, I returned to the moonlit ruins, where the wind divulged its ancient secrets to those willing to listen. In quiet contemplation, I pondered the shadows that danced with life and the whispers that almost formed words. Unable to explain the mysteries of that night, I accepted their enigmatic nature. Some secrets are meant to dwell in the twilight realm between reality and imagination, between the known and the sensed but unproven. The monastery's stones still resonate with their silent song, beckoning to those who dare to listen to the wind's ancient tales. Story 18. The gentle patter of rain against my window lulled me into a peaceful trance as I settled into my grandmother's weathered rocking chair. The droplets danced down the glass, painting intricate patterns with their soft touch. Cradled in my lap was a leather-bound journal, a treasure discovered among the forgotten relics in her attic after she passed away. Its weight hinted at the mysteries held within, inviting me to uncover the secrets of a peculiar autumn from her youth, chronicled in elegant script across its pages. Each raindrop outside seemed to echo the whispers of her story, blending reality with the ethereal as I delved into her world of shadows lost. Dearest journal, the morning I arrived in the village, a thick fog draped the earth like a cloak of mystery. Autumn's chill lingered in the air, carrying hints of fallen leaves and distant wood smoke. Yet, amidst this familiar scene, a subtle anomaly caught my attention after a leisurely stroll down the cobblestone streets. There were no shadows. The sun's golden rays bathed the quaint buildings in a warm glow, but where darkness should have painted the ground with its silent touch, there was only emptiness. A peculiar absence unnoticed by the villagers, who moved through their daily rituals with a fluid grace, almost as if suspended in a dreamlike state. I had come to stay with Aunt Margaret for the winter, a family friend whose Victorian home stood at the village's edge, exuding a sense of quiet observation with its ornate trim and watchful windows. Even within the cozy confines of her abode, where the air bore hints of cinnamon and aged books, shadows refused to manifest. Objects appeared weightless, disconnected from the constraints of reality. "You've noticed, haven't you?" Aunt Margaret's gentle voice broke the silence as she placed a steaming cup of tea before me, the delicate clink of porcelain punctuating her words. "About the shadows?" I nodded, captivated by the spiraling steam rising from my cup. "Where did they go?" She settled into her armchair, her movements imbued with a sense of practiced elegance. "They departed generations ago. Some say they were spirited away by a wandering merchant of curiosities, while others believe they grew weary of mimicking our every move and sought new companions. The truth, as with many things, likely lies in the spaces between tales." In the days that followed, the village revealed further enigmas to me. Birds sang melodies foreign to my ears, their tunes resonating from distant realms. Flowers bloomed defiantly in the autumn air, their petals aglow with an inner radiance untouched by the sun. Nights unveiled stars that seemed within arm's reach, their light casting no shadows upon the earth. Time itself flowed differently in this shadowless realm, a languid stream of honeyed moments, rich with a golden sweetness. The villagers had adapted seamlessly to this peculiar existence, harnessing the absence of shadows to craft mesmerizing works of light. The local artisans wielded glass and fabric to capture and reflect illumination, creating illusions that defied conventional understanding. But it was the children who truly thrived in this realm bereft of shadows, their games and creations mirroring a reality untouched by darkness. One evening, amidst the tranquil beauty of Aunt Margaret's garden, I broached the subject of restoring the lost shadows. "Oh, indeed," she replied, her hands deftly tending to a rose bush ablaze with sunset hues. In the aftermath of their departure, the village elders embarked on a quest to reclaim what was lost. They sought counsel from sages and scholars, mystics and thinkers. Yet in time, we realized a fundamental truth. The shadows had made a choice to depart. Brushing soil from her fingers, she continued, "Perhaps it was for the best. Shadows are not mere absence. They are memories of light, echoes of illumination that once graced our world. Perhaps we needed to embrace a new way of holding on to those memories." With winter's approach, the village retained its warmth amid the encroaching cold. The first snowfall descended in a hushed cascade, each flake a tiny mirror reflecting and refracting light, transforming the landscape into a dreamlike tableau. Within this shadowless haven, a sense of peace permeated the air, transcending mere absence into a realm where the rules of reality softened and gentled at the edges. The baker continued to craft his bread, each loaf emitting a subtle glow upon leaving the oven. Children pursued knowledge, their books whispering ancient tales in empty rooms. The elderly man tended to his doorstep, his broom collecting stardust alongside earthly remnants. On my final night in the village, Aunt Margaret and I sat upon her porch, sipping tea suffused with the faint essence of moonlight. The night air held a crisp clarity, the stars above a celestial canvas of brilliance. "Will you share our tale?" she inquired softly, her words barely above a whisper. "Yes," I responded, "though I fear few will believe." She smiled, a warmth emanating from her eyes. "Belief is not always necessary. Some stories are meant to be felt, like the lingering memory of light on a cloudy day." As I conclude this journal entry, the echo of that shadowless sanctuary lingers within me. On quiet nights beneath the full moon, I sense my own shadow growing fainter, as if recalling a time when it too pondered departure. The rain outside persisted in its gentle cadence, a soothing backdrop to my reflections. And as I closed the journal, enveloped in my grandmother's whispered recollections, a fleeting uncertainty passed over my reflection in the glass, a momentary wavering, as if my own shadow contemplated a choice of existence. In the stillness of that moment, I embraced the tale woven in whispers of light from a village untouched by shadows, where memories shimmered like distant stars in the night sky. Story 19. The breeze whispered through the autumn leaves, carrying the essence of rain-soaked soil and aging blossoms. Nestled in my grandmother's worn rocking chair, cocooned in a cozy woolen blanket, I observed as the evening mist waltzed across my backyard, transforming familiar forms into enigmatic silhouettes. The gentle creak of the chair on the wooden porch harmonized with my breath, creating a lulling cadence. My gaze wandered to the ancient hedge that bordered my land, a wall of thorny branches towering high above, its thick foliage concealing whatever lay beyond. Grandmother used to spin tales of the hedge, claiming it was as ancient as time itself, safeguarding something precious on the far side. In my youth, I accepted this as just another of her fanciful narratives, akin to stories of moonlit fairies or whispering shadows. The mist carried a delicate scent of roses, though my garden held none. As night descended, the fragrance intensified, a sweet perfume reminiscent of the dried petals in grandmother's jewelry box. My lids grew heavy as I listened to the rhythmic drip of water from the leaves, each droplet creating ripples in the growing puddles below. A soft glow caught my eye just beyond the hedge, not the harsh glare of a neighbor's light or the cold blue of modern LEDs, but a warm, golden light akin to honey basking in the sun. It pulsed gently, as if breathing, dancing amidst the thorny branches. Mesmerized, I rose from the chair, the blanket forgotten on the porch floor. Barefoot, I tread across the damp grass, each step sinking into the yielding earth. The closer I approached the hedge, the more details emerged from the shadows. Water droplets glistened on the thorns like crystal beads, each capturing and reflecting the mysterious golden light. The roses, previously only a scent, now revealed themselves in an impossible hue of midnight blue, nestled among the thorns. Standing before the hedge, I noticed a sight unseen before, a slender gap between the branches, just wide enough for passage. The thorns seemed to part, forming a natural archway. Through this opening, the golden light spilled, casting elongated shadows at my feet. Peering through, I glimpsed what seemed to be another garden. Unlike my practical backyard with its orderly rows of vegetables and herbs, this space defied natural norms. Flowers that should have wilted bloomed vibrantly. Vines with leaves like stained glass wound around ancient stone pillars that defied their urban surroundings. A new medley of scents wafted through the gap. Night-blooming jasmine, rain on stone, and something ancient and enigmatic, akin to forgotten tales or the dust of bygone memories. My heart beat steadily, not in fear, but in a profound sense of awe, reminiscent of my childhood belief in grandmother's stories. Reaching out to touch a midnight blue rose, I expected cool, mist-kissed petals. Instead, they were warm, as if sun-kissed in summer. As my fingertips brushed the petals, a soft melody drifted through the hedge. Not quite music, but a hint of a song, like recalling a tune from a dream. The golden light pulsed again, stronger, and I discerned shadows moving in the garden beyond. Not menacing forms, but gentle motions, akin to dancers swaying to distant music. Each shadow left trails of soft light, resembling fireflies weaving patterns in the dark. I swayed slightly, my body responding to the half-heard melody. The thorny archway seemed to widen, inviting passage. Rationality whispered this to be impossible. Hedges don't part like curtains, and gardens don't glow with unearthly light. Yet grandmother's voice echoed, reminding me that beauty often hides behind impossibility's mask. Water dripped, each note in harmony with the phantom melody from beyond. Time slowed, thick and sweet like honey. The mist encircled my feet, guiding with gentle purpose. A balmy breeze carried the scent of roses, now stronger, mingled with hints of vanilla and cedar. The shadows danced beyond the hedge, and familiar shapes seemed to materialize. Grandmother's favorite dress, her storytelling gestures, the magic she unveiled in everyday things. The golden light pulsed once more, the hedge shimmering like dew-kissed leaves in morning sun. The gap beckoned, patient and waiting, neither urging nor deterring my next move. The mystery lingered, a held breath in the air. Standing amidst the night's embrace, the mundane world fading, leaving only the falling water's melody, the warm glow, and the dance of shadows in that fantastical garden. My hand extended, touching the warm petals of the midnight blue rose. The decision whether to step through the gap remained unanswered, suspended like the mist swirling around my feet. Perhaps the enchantment lay not in crossing, but in acknowledging the existence of thresholds, where the ordinary meets the ancient and strange, where childhood tales blend into reality like watercolors melding on wet paper. Understanding dawned, echoing grandmother's wisdom. Some gardens are meant to be glimpsed, their mysteries preserved like pressed flowers in the pages of memory. The hedge held its secrets, as it had for generations, but now I knew they lingered beyond the thorns, dancing in golden light to the rain's serenade. Story 20. The gentle patter of rain against my bedroom window roused me from a deep slumber, its steady rhythm lulling me in the pre-dawn darkness. Such sounds had always been a source of solace for me, but on this particular night they carried a mysterious undertone that stirred my curiosity. It was as though the raindrops held secrets, whispering words just beyond my grasp, like a faint echo of a conversation from another realm. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, I rose from my bed and made my way to the window, drawn by the enigmatic pull of the night. Outside, a thick blanket of fog enveloped the world, casting an ethereal glow that transformed familiar shapes into enigmatic silhouettes. Amidst the mist, a faint blue light pulsed in the distance, barely discernible yet captivating in its allure. It beckoned to me with a silent persistence that I could not resist. Wrapping myself in a warm woolen sweater, I ventured out into the cool, damp air. The fog embraced me like a gentle embrace, and the scent of salt hung in the air, a peculiar presence in a land far removed from the sea. Yet there it lingered, unmistakable and surreal, carried on a breeze that defied logic. As I followed the pulsing light, the very ground beneath me began to shift and change. The solid earth gave way to soft sand, cool and damp between my bare toes, though I had no recollection of removing my shoes. The transition was so gradual that I scarcely noticed when the suburban landscape faded into oblivion, replaced by endless dunes shrouded in mist. The blue light intensified, its rhythmic pulse synchronized with the phantom sound of waves that now filled the air. Each illumination cast intricate patterns within the fog, resembling the fluid motion of water. In those fleeting moments of clarity, I glimpsed a colossal form taking shape in the distance, the outline of an ancient sailing vessel, its time-worn masts reaching skyward like spectral fingers. Time seemed to bend and sway in this surreal realm, each step both fleeting and eternal. The ship loomed larger in my sight, yet remained ever distant, as if suspended in the very fabric of the mist. Its weathered sails fluttered in an unseen breeze, and the wooden hull groaned with the weight of ages past. Amidst the haunting stillness, I detected the sound of footsteps in the wet sand. Not my own, but those of unseen others approaching from behind. When I turned to glimpse them, they dissolved into swirling mist, ephemeral shapes that defied focus. But their whispered voices lingered, weaving tales of a vessel that traversed realms, appearing only on nights when reality and dreams mingled. As I stood transfixed, observing the phantom ship, its details seemed to shift and warp in my peripheral vision. The figurehead morphed from mermaid to serpent to weeping maiden and back again. The number of masts fluctuated with each pulse of the blue light, and the ship's size wavered, at times diminutive, at others monumental. Water pooled around my feet, rising methodically until I stood ankle-deep in a mirror-like expanse, untouched by the ebb and flow of waves. In that tranquil reflection, the ship materialized in its former glory, billowing sails, gleaming brass fixtures, and a shadowy crew moving with purpose across the decks. The blue light pulsed once more, illuminating the passengers and crew, frozen in time, their faces serene and eyes aglow with the same ethereal hue that had drawn me here. As the water ebbed away, the spectral vision began to fade, the ship's outline blending into the dissipating fog until reality and illusion melded seamlessly. The whispers grew fainter, merging with the distant murmur of unseen waves. Turning to depart, I found the path altered, the beach stretching endlessly in both directions, the dunes transformed into unfamiliar contours. Yet an unseen force guided my steps, leading me back through the shifting landscape. The tang of sea salt gradually yielded to the fresh scent of rain as I returned to my room. At the window, I watched as the dawn dissolved the remnants of fog. The blue light vanished without a trace, leaving only the lingering essence of the sea. In my pocket, a smooth piece of weathered sea glass lay, its azure hue mirroring the guiding light of the night. Even now, on rainy nights, I glimpse that otherworldly glow in the distance. The spectral ship never appears the same way twice, and I never draw as near as I did on that initial encounter. Yet I keep the sea glass on my windowsill, a reminder of the boundary between reality and possibility, where whispers of a ship lost in the waves of time still echo on the wind. Story 21. The soft patter of rain against aged wooden shingles filled the twilight air as I settled into my newly acquired dwelling. An ancient Victorian manor, its past owners veiled in enigma, stood proudly yet somehow aloof from the world surrounding it. The real estate agent had been notably vague about its background, offering merely a curiously low price and a handful of non-committal responses to my inquiries. Through the tall windows, I observed as autumn leaves pirouetted across the neglected garden, their whispering blending with the steady beat of raindrops. The cozy glow of my reading lamp cast elongated shadows upon the vintage wallpaper, forming shapes that seemed to morph and shift when glimpsed from the corner of my eye. The house came partially furnished, but devoid of any personal effects left by its previous occupants. No photographs, no letters, no traces of the lives that had transpired within these walls. The furniture itself was exquisite, ornate wooden pieces that appeared to belong to different epochs, as if gathered over centuries rather than mere decades. As I sank further into the plush armchair beside the hearth, a peculiar sensation washed over me. The house felt simultaneously known and unfamiliar, akin to a recurring dream where the details never quite align with reality. The crackling fire cast a warm radiance throughout the room, its flickering light bouncing off the crystal chandelier suspended from the ceiling, casting prismatic patterns that danced along the walls. The grandfather clock in the hallway tolled 9 times, its deep resonance reverberating through the vacant corridors. Yet something about its tone felt askew, as if the sound traversed my ears through a dense mist. I found myself instinctively counting the chimes, though I couldn't recall winding the clock since my arrival. A gentle breeze murmured through the space, despite all windows being securely shut against the autumn chill. The flames in the fireplace flickered, casting fleeting shadows that appeared to take on shapes just beyond recognition. The aroma of old books and aged wood wafted into my nostrils, mingled with something sweeter, akin to dried flowers preserved between ancient pages. I rose from the chair, drawn to explore the numerous chambers of the house. Each doorway led to spaces that defied the manor's external dimensions. The library, with its towering shelves and sliding ladder, housed tomes in languages unknown to me, their spines adorned with symbols rather than letters. Tracing my fingers along their leather bindings, I sensed a subtle warmth, as though the books themselves teemed with forgotten wisdom. The kitchen, with its hanging copper pots and massive hearth, seemed frozen in time. Modern appliances awkwardly coexisted with 19th century cooking tools, like out-of-place intruders in a historical drama. The marble countertops bore faint stains that shifted hues depending on the light's angle, forming patterns reminiscent of celestial maps. Ascending the spiral staircase to the upper level, each step emitted a distinct musical note, composing an eerie melody that appeared to follow me. The wooden banister felt smooth beneath my touch, worn by countless hands preceding mine. Yet upon reaching the landing, I realized I couldn't recall the number of steps I had climbed. The upstairs corridor stretched longer than seemed feasible, lined with doors that never appeared in the same position upon a second glance. Paintings hung amidst the doors, depicting landscapes of fantastical realms. Mountains that curved impossibly towards lavender skies, forests where trees grew sideways, oceans that defied gravity. In the master bedroom, moonlight filtered through lace curtains, creating intricate designs on the hardwood floor. The grand four-poster bed dominated the space, its rich burgundy drapes stirring slightly despite the absence of any draft. The mirror above the vanity reflected the room flawlessly, save for intermittent instances where the reflection seemed to lag a fraction of a second behind my movements. Opening the closet unveiled a depth that exceeded the exterior of the house. Empty hangers swayed gently, their metallic hooks emitting a soft, melodious tinkling. At the rear of the closet, barely discernible in the dimness, stood another door, smaller, fashioned from dark wood with a brass handle that gleamed alluringly. I found myself drawn to that handle countless times during my initial weeks in the house, yet never quite reaching it. With each approach, the air thickened with the scent of rain-soaked soil and something more, something ancient and profound, surpassing petrichor. The basement door remained locked, and no key was discovered among the ring that accompanied the house. In the late hours of night, I occasionally caught sounds rising through the floorboards, not menacing sounds, but akin to distant music played on instruments beyond recognition. The melody felt familiar, though I knew I had never heard it before. Time began to warp within the house's confines. Some evenings seemed to endure what felt like eternities, while entire weeks slipped by in what appeared to be mere hours. The grandfather clock persisted in its irregular chimes, yet I observed it never struck midnight. The span between 11 and 1 elongated like warm taffy, filled with the soft sounds of furniture settling and floorboards creaking in arrangements that nearly formed words. The house seemed attuned to my emotions. On somber days, the rooms expanded, the ceilings soared higher, as if granting my sorrow space to dissipate. During joyous moments, the walls drew nearer, fashioning cozy alcoves ideal for reading or introspection. The temperature subtly shifted, always maintaining perfect comfort without any adjustment to the thermostat. Visitors were scarce, and those who did visit departed swiftly. They would lapse into silence after a few minutes, their gazes darting to corners where shadows deepened inexplicably. Conversations would fade mid-sentence, replaced by contemplative quietude. Upon leaving, guests often struggled to recall specifics about their visit, as if the house itself had delicately erased their memories. My dreams intensified, brimming with visions of the house in varied epochs. I beheld it anew, its wood pristine and gleaming. I saw it ancient, entwined in vines blooming with flowers no longer extant. I witnessed it in seasons that never came to pass, beneath skies bearing multiple suns. Each dawn I awoke uncertain whether I had dreamt it all, or if the house had simply imparted its memories to me. On a particularly tranquil evening, as I sat in the library attempting to decipher one of the enigmatic books, I glimpsed my reflection in the window. Behind me, the room appeared altered, the furniture rearranged, the walls of a different hue, the bookshelves stocked with different volumes. When I turned to inspect, everything stood as it should, yet the reflection retained its alternate reality. I began to comprehend that the house existed in multiple times concurrently, akin to pages of a book stacked atop each other. Periodically, the pages would shift, affording glimpses between them. The house hadn't shed its past. It had merely amassed too many to exist in a singular present. Now, as I pen this by candlelight, the electricity functions flawlessly, but the house seems to prefer softer illumination. I sense the weight of innumerable untold tales gently pressing against my awareness. The rain persists in its gentle percussion upon the roof, accompanied by the irregular chiming of the grandfather clock and the murmured dialogues of vacant chambers. I have ceased attempting to fathom why the house selected me, or why the previous owners vanished so completely. Some inquiries, I've discovered, are more exquisite when left unaddressed. The house harbors its mysteries, divulging them solely in fragments, in dreams, in fleeting moments when the light cascades just so upon the weathered wooden floors. Perhaps someday I too will meld into the house's trove of memories, evolving into another stratum in its infinite history. Until then, I reside here, attuned to the tranquil music of a house existing beyond time, perusing books in languages that may never have existed, and mastering the unspoken language of chambers that remember all but unveil naught. The grandfather clock chimes anew, an hour that eludes existence, and somewhere within the house, a door reveals a chamber that did not exist yesterday. I smile, aware it will vanish upon my search, only to reappear when forgotten entirely. This is now home, in all its implausible moments, in all its untold narratives, in all its pasts that never were and futures that might yet be. Story 22. The soft patter of raindrops on ancient stone created a tranquil melody as I stood at the mouth of the time-worn cave, my lantern casting a gentle glow on the rugged walls. The air carried the fresh scent of damp moss and mineral-laden water, a fragrance untouched by the passage of time. As a geologist, I had explored many caves, but this one felt different, as if it held a secret waiting to be revealed. Each step I took echoed softly, the sound blending with the quiet drip of water forming pools on the cave floor. The limestone formations glistened in the lantern light, casting flickering shadows that danced with a life of their own. Running my fingers along the cool, damp walls, I felt the stories they whispered of ancient geological processes. The tunnel widened into a chamber where the ceiling disappeared into darkness, the only sound the gentle drip of water creating a natural symphony. Moving forward, my boots left imprints in the fine silt, but something caught my eye. Delicate footprints, smaller than mine, appearing and disappearing in the silt as if the owner danced through the chamber. These fresh tracks puzzled me, for I had seen no signs of recent visitors near the cave's entrance. Following these mysterious footprints deeper into the cave, the rain's distant whisper faded, replaced by the soft drip of water and another sound, faint but distinct, footsteps echoing just around the bend. Intrigued, I pressed on, the passages twisting and turning like a labyrinth of wonder. Shadows sparkled like stars on the delicate mineral formations, leading the way as the footsteps guided me through the maze. Time seemed to lose meaning as I ventured deeper, the air growing sweeter with each step. Occasional movements caught my eye, elusive and fleeting, yet whenever I turned, there was only the dance of shadows. The footsteps drew closer, their rhythm matching my heartbeat, but their source remained a mystery. Raising my lantern, I discovered the footprints ascending a natural staircase on the cave wall, defying gravity in their path. A soft humming filled the chamber, a wordless melody resonating with the rock itself, accompanied by shadows that danced in harmony. Sitting on a smooth boulder, I let the enchanting melody wash over me, the cave's atmosphere transforming into a dreamlike state. Droplets fell in sync with the music, creating ripples of liquid gold in the pools. Lost in time, I swayed to the cave's song, feeling a sense of peace and awe. The footsteps danced around me, but I no longer felt the need to follow them, content to exist in the moment. When I decided to depart, the footprints had vanished, leaving only memories imprinted in the silt. The humming faded as I retraced my steps, the melody lingering in my mind. The cave felt different on my return, as if we shared a hidden bond. At the entrance, a single set of footprints materialized beside me, walking past and vanishing into the sunlight. The cave whispered a final farewell, a soft laughter echoing in the distance like a fading dream. Sometimes in the quiet depths of other caves, I find myself humming that unearthly melody. And on rare occasions, in the hushed underground stillness, I hear distant footsteps echoing my tune, dancing just out of reach, forever nearly there. Story 23. The gentle hum of my car's engine blended harmoniously with the soft tap-tap-tap of raindrops kissing the windshield, creating a tranquil melody that synchronized perfectly with the steady thump of my own heartbeat. The night draped itself around my vehicle like a velvety cloak, interrupted only by the warm glow of my headlights cleaving through the darkness. It felt like I had been driving for an eternity, although my watch stubbornly insisted that only 45 minutes had slipped by since I departed from the cozy diner where I savored a cup of coffee. Ahead of me, the road unfurled endlessly, a dark ribbon of asphalt vanishing into the misty obscurity. Towering pine trees flanked both sides, their branches swaying ever so gently in the autumn breeze, casting ethereal shadows that danced in a hypnotic rhythm. The faint scent of damp earth and pine needles wafted through the cracked window, usually a source of comfort, but tonight it bore an otherworldly intensity, a whisper of something mysterious lingering in the air. An odd realization crept into my consciousness. The mile markers appeared to repeat themselves. Initially, brushing it off as a trick of exhaustion playing tricks on my mind, the bizarre pattern became impossible to ignore. Mile marker 47 would glide past, followed by 48, then 49, 50, only for the inexplicable reappearance of 47. My logical mind attempted to rationalize. Perhaps different sections of the road shared the same numbering system, or fatigue was clouding my perception. The radio, which had been crooning soft jazz melodies, dissolved into static, its soothing tunes replaced by a crackling void. Straining to catch a clear signal, all I could discern beneath the static whispers were indistinct murmurs, too faint to decipher, yet potent enough to send shivers down my spine. Opting for the natural sounds of rain and the rhythmic swish of my wipers, I silenced the radio. As the night deepened its embrace, peculiar occurrences unfolded. Other cars materialized on the road, or rather the same car, a vintage relic from the 1950s, its chrome accents gleaming dully under my taillights. Periodically appearing in my rearview mirror, it trailed behind at a fixed distance for precisely 3 minutes before vanishing around a curve. Each time I glanced back, it faithfully reappeared, maintaining its unwavering distance. Glancing at the dashboard clock, the digits read 11:47 p.m. Strangely, it dawned on me that it had displayed the identical time when the repetitive mile markers first caught my attention. A span that felt like more than an hour had slipped away. Pulling over at a rest area, in hopes of regaining my bearings or encountering a fellow traveler for directions, the desolate parking lot featured a solitary street lamp casting a golden pool of light on the glistening pavement. Stepping out into the heavy, viscous air, time itself seemed to thicken, the rain dwindling to a misty veil hanging suspended in the glow of the light. At the edge of the lot, a weathered wooden information board stood, its map depicting surreal, impossible road configurations defying all sense of logic. Nestled in a corner, a handwritten note beckoned. Time is a circle here. The journey never ends. It just changes you. Returning to my car, the vintage vehicle that had trailed me was parked a few spaces away, pristine despite the rain. Its interior empty, yet exuding the faint aroma of aged leather and pipe tobacco, as if its phantom driver had just departed. Resuming my journey, subtle metamorphoses in the landscape unfurled. Trees appeared taller, their branches intertwining overhead in natural arches, veiling my path from the reach of my headlights. The once distant fog now undulated across the road in lazy undulations, forming ephemeral shapes and visages that flickered in and out of existence. Each subsequent rest area mirrored the last, down to the very patterns of puddles on the asphalt, and each time the vintage car awaited parked 3 spaces away, an empty vessel yet pulsating with an inexplicable presence. Days seemed to meld into nights as I traversed this unending road, the clock steadfastly stuck at 11:47 p.m., the gas gauge frozen at half full, and my coffee perpetually warm. Encountering fellow travelers, their serene countenances hinted at a shared experience within this gentle loop of time and space. Strangely, a sense of contentment washed over me, a peculiar fondness for this realm where time lost its dominion. The whispers in the static became a lulling melody, the fog's ephemeral shapes akin to cherished companions. The road remained constant, yet my perception evolved with each passing of mile marker 47. Nuances in the trees, shifts in light quality, new melodies within the whispering static. Amidst the eternal night, I pondered whether this infinite road was not a trap, but a rare gift, a sanctuary for those willing to embrace its enigmatic allure. The rain persisted in its gentle cadence on the windshield, a prelude to the forthcoming encounter with mile marker 47. This time, however, I anticipated discovering something new, a hidden truth veiled in the perpetual journey. For on a road devoid of conclusion, every moment birthed a secret, every turn unfurled a mystery, each iteration sculpting a novel facet of the self. And so, accompanied by the soothing purr of my engine, the whisper of rain, and the hushed secrets of a road without end, I ventured forth into the infinite expanse of beginnings, where the journey itself metamorphosed into both destination and purpose. Story 24. The gentle patter of autumn rain against my window whispered a soothing melody, lulling me into a state of tranquil relaxation. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cocooned in the cozy embrace of a woolen blanket, I observed as the darkness gradually enveloped the aging garden beyond. The raindrops, like liquid silver, caught the fading light, cascading down the window in a graceful dance. Amidst this serene moment, a peculiar sight caught my attention. A soft green light flickering between the ancient oak trees at the garden's edge. Veiled by the curtain of rain, the light swayed gently, akin to an old lantern swaying in the breeze. Its hue, a gentle phosphorescent glow, reminiscent of fireflies on a balmy summer night, captivated my gaze. Intrigued by this mysterious radiance, I found myself drawn to its enchanting dance, my eyes tracing its hypnotic movements through the veil of rain. The soft symphony of raindrops was now accompanied by the whispering caress of the wind through the leaves. Memories of my grandmother's tales about spirits lingering among the gnarled trees resurfaced, her voice a melodic echo in my mind. As a child, I had dismissed these tales as mere bedtime fables. Yet now, watching that ethereal green glow, a sense of wonder stirred within me. Rising from my seat, I pressed my palm against the cool glass, tracing the path of a raindrop with my fingertip. To my surprise, the green light seemed to react, intensifying in brightness, its movements growing more deliberate. A pattern emerged as the light weaved through the trees, leaving a faint trail of luminescence in its wake, dissipating like a fading dream. The grandfather clock's solemn toll at 9 reverberated through the silent house, each chime resonating with the pulsing of the green light, creating a harmonious synchronicity. My breath formed wisps of fog on the window as I stood transfixed, witnessing this inexplicable interplay of light and sound. Driven by a curiosity both familiar and foreign, I reached for my raincoat, its weathered fabric carrying the comforting scent of aged books and hearth smoke. Stepping outside, the misty rain had transformed into a gentle drizzle, infusing the evening air with the earthy fragrance of damp soil and autumn foliage. Each footfall on the moss-covered path produced a soft squelch, accompanied by the gentle percussion of water droplets cascading from the foliage above. The closer I drew to the green light, the atmosphere shifted, thickening with an electric charge that tingled along my skin. Beneath the ancient trees, the enigmatic sphere of light awaited, its soft edges casting mysterious shadows, rendering familiar shapes into ethereal forms that danced with the changing angles of perception. A subtle warmth emanated from the light, a primal essence akin to the sun's caress on fertile soil. Raindrops fell leisurely around the sphere, each capturing a fragment of the green glow, creating a constellation of emerald stars suspended in the air. The sphere beckoned, leading me deeper into the garden, its luminescent path guiding my steps over centuries of fallen leaves. The air was perfumed with night-blooming flowers, their sweet yet alien scent permeating the surroundings, as time seemed to lose its grip, measured only by the steady rhythm of rainfall and breath. Pausing intermittently, the sphere ensured my continued presence before resuming its enigmatic journey. In these moments of stillness, a distant melody, not quite tangible, but a whisper of a childhood tune, resonated through the air. Arriving at a secluded clearing, unbeknownst to me, an ancient stone well stood at its heart, adorned with moss and delicate ferns. The green light hovered above the well, casting its radiance into the depths below. Intricate symbols etched into the well's rim seemed to shift and morph, eluding direct focus. Descending into the well, the light infused the symbols with its own luminosity, orchestrating a dance of light and shadow that pulsed with an ancient energy, pregnant with knowledge long kept dormant. A symphony of water emanated from the depths, resonating with a mystical harmony that transcended earthly bounds. Retreating from the well's edge, the rain had ceased, leaving the night air eerily still, the garden poised in anticipation of an enigmatic revelation. Though the green light had vanished, the symbols on the well continued to softly glow, resonating in synchrony with my heartbeat. Tracing my steps back to the house, a blend of minutes and hours intertwined in a timeless journey. The garden seemed altered, the trees bowing in a reverent whisper, their secrets just beyond my grasp. Glancing back at my window, the well had vanished, leaving only the familiar silhouette of trees and shadows. On quiet, rainy evenings, I sit by the window, gazing out into the garden. Occasionally, under the perfect orchestration of rain and earthy scents, a gentle green glow emerges between the trees, beckoning with the promise of unveiled mysteries. Some enigmas, I have learned, are meant to linger in that delicate balance between knowledge and wonder, transforming us in their subtle embrace. The well has not resurfaced where I first encountered it, but on certain nights, a faint echo of water and music rises from the depths beneath the garden. The soft pulse of green light, ever at the edge of vision, whispers of ancient secrets, waiting to be experienced, acknowledged, and allowed to shape us in their gentle embrace. Story 25. The rain cascaded in gentle waves against the wooden shingles of the ancient inn, creating a tranquil melody that whispered of timeless secrets. Standing before the weathered door, my travel coat heavy with the dampness of the storm, I observed the lamplight flickering behind misted window panes. The sign above swayed softly in the evening breeze. The Wanderer's Inn, its faded letters still visible in the deepening twilight. A mysterious allure beckoned me beyond mere shelter from the autumn tempest. It was as if the warm light pulsated with an ethereal glow, and the shadows lurking in the building's corners appeared unnaturally profound. Tracing my fingers over the intricate carvings on the doorframe, patterns that seemed to shift and twist beneath my touch, I found myself drawn inside as the door opened effortlessly, as if embracing my arrival. A blend of wood smoke and a sweet aroma, perhaps lavender or sage, wafted through the air, welcoming me into the expansive yet intimate common room. A grand stone fireplace dominated one wall, surrounded by inviting chairs and tables, most unoccupied except for a few solitary figures lost in contemplation. The innkeeper, with her silver hair aglow in the firelight, greeted me with a smile that hinted at a depth of knowledge and mysteries untold. "Welcome, traveler," her voice carried the warmth of mulled wine on a wintry night. "You've arrived precisely when you needed to." Though I longed to inquire further, my words dissolved into the air, and I found myself ascending a narrow staircase with the innkeeper, the wooden steps whispering beneath our feet. The wallpaper in the hallway seemed to ripple with elusive patterns, flowers resembling faces, vines resembling ancient script. My room, number 7 at the end of the hall, awaited me, though I hadn't disclosed the length of my stay or discussed payment. The cool touch of the door handle and the distant strains of unidentifiable music greeted me as I entered. The room, both familiar and uncanny, revealed a 4-poster bed with burgundy curtains swaying without a breeze, a writing desk facing a window overlooking expanses of gardens that defied the inn's exterior dimensions. The wooden floor exuded a timeless patina, hinting at the countless souls who had crossed its threshold. As I settled in, shedding my wet attire, I noticed subtle details shifting when not directly observed. The mirror above the wash basin reflected phantom movements, and the room's shadows pulsed with a gentle rhythm mirroring the distant rainfall. That night, I slumbered deeply, enveloped in blankets carrying the fragrance of unknown herbs. Dreams filled with murmured conversations in enigmatic tongues and glimpses of ethereal travelers visited my sleep. Morning arrived subtly, filtering through the window with an otherworldly quality, as though passing through layers of time. Descending to the common room, I found it both empty and brimming with a lingering presence, as if echoes of conversations from bygone eras lingered in the air. The innkeeper appeared with a steaming cup of tea, unrequested yet precisely what I desired. "Did you rest well?" she inquired, her smile already knowing the answer. The tea tasted of unmade memories and unseen places. Throughout the day, transient guests ebbed and flowed with a dreamlike quality. A man in worn attire penned letters that faintly glowed in the afternoon light. A young woman with stardust in her hair perused a book whose pages seemed blank until averted gaze. An elderly gentleman near the hearth conversed softly with an invisible presence, or perhaps visible in a realm beyond my perception. Time within the inn's confines moved peculiarly. Meals materialized without preparation witnessed, and the daylight through the windows defied expected hours. The garden vistas shifted, each window offering a different yet familiar scene. Come evening, I found myself drawn to a library that had seemingly materialized overnight. Books lined the walls, their titles shifting as I attempted to read them. The room exuded the scent of aged leather, time, and boundless possibilities. An open book on a stand captivated me, its pages recounting tales of travelers at metaphysical crossroads, of inns existing in temporal limbo, and of threshold guardians guiding wandering souls. That night, amid the ceaseless rainfall, a realization dawned about the Wanderer's Inn. Its walls sheltered not only bodies from the elements, but moments from the very fabric of time. Each creak, flicker, and whisper in the hallway resonated with a timeless recurrence. Contemplating departure the next morning, I found myself unable to recall my original path or destination. The innkeeper's smile held all the answers unspoken as she refilled my cup with tea shimmering like memories. "The inn heeds its own time," she murmured, "and each guest stays precisely as long as needed." Days or weeks blurred into a fluid continuum, time akin to the undulating wallpaper patterns. Conversations with ephemeral guests, books rewriting their words, and garden strolls through all seasons coexisted in a harmonious discord. Some dawnings unveiled notes on my desk scripted in my hand, harboring thoughts unremembered. They spoke of journeys untaken and revelations undiscovered, ink gleaming with infinite possibilities that occasionally shifted upon folding. The realization dawned that the Wanderer's Inn transcended mere space. It embodied a suspended moment, a pause in time where lost souls found solace or surrendered to the serendipitous loss. The innkeeper, more custodian than mortal, safeguarded this interstice, this sanctuary between realms where travelers rested not only their bodies but their narratives. One transition, not quite morning, signaled the resumption of my journey. Boots awaited by the door, coat hung anew yet seasoned. The innkeeper stood at the threshold, though unseen during my descent. "Will I return?" I posed, though the query lingered unspoken. Her smile, laden with omniscience, spoke volumes unvoiced. "Those meant to find the inn always do," she whispered, "though its visage may shift upon your return." Stepping into a world both known and foreign, memories akin to dreams clung to me. The signs softly creaked in the breeze, yet gazing back revealed the inn's form blurring, like a reflection upon water disturbed by a gentle rain. On nights of particular rainfall or scents of nameless herbs, I find myself seeking a weathered door adorned with spirals, windows aglow with an otherworldly light. And at times, just perhaps, the faint creak of a sign reading "The Wanderer's Inn" reaches my ears. Whether a memory or a harbinger of futures unseen, the certainty eludes me. Story 26. The autumn breeze whispered through the naked branches above, carrying the gentle fragrance of decay and reminiscences. Along the aged dirt path I strolled, my steps hushed by fallen leaves that formed a soft, natural carpet beneath me. The early evening air held a peculiar October essence, crisp yet tender, enveloping me like a well-worn leather glove. Though I had traversed this path countless times, tonight felt different. Perhaps it was the mist lingering close to the ground, twirling around the bases of ancient trees like ghostly tendrils. Or maybe it was the unusual stillness, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves in the fading light. Almost immediately, I noticed the first broken candle. It lay on its side at the path's edge, its pure white wax cleanly split down the middle, as if deliberately snapped. Pausing, I knelt to inspect it. The break was precise, almost surgical. The wick remained untouched, never having felt the warmth of a flame. Continuing on, my pace slowed, more deliberate now. Another identical broken candle caught my eye about 20 paces ahead. Then another, and another. Forming a trail, these shattered markers were meticulously placed along the path's edge. As daylight waned, the forest grew darker, the mist thickening into a dense, rolling fog that obscured all beyond a few feet. The chill intensified, prompting me to pull my jacket closer. Following the broken candle trail, I sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. The air grew heavy, charged with an unexplainable energy. The silence deepened until even my own breath sounded distant. Each broken candle I passed appeared to faintly glow, though I reasoned it must be a trick of the dim light or my imagination in the encroaching darkness. The path began to wind more significantly, meandering through the forest's older sections where trees intertwined overhead, forming natural archways. The broken candles continued their silent watch, leading me deeper into the woods. Despite a small voice suggesting retreat, something urged me forward, like a moth drawn to a flame. The breaks in the candles became different, no longer clean but jagged and violent. Some seemed twisted before snapping, while others appeared crushed by immense force. Yet they maintained their spaced alignment, guiding me further into the shadows. The fog thickened, gaining substance like walking through clouds of cotton. My fingers tingled with a strange electricity, and a shiver ran down my spine. The air turned colder, my breath forming clouds in the night air. Ahead, a clearing emerged, barely visible through the fog. Dozens of candles stood in a perfect circle, their white wax glowing softly. At the circle's center stood a single black candle, its surface absorbing what little light remained. Stepping into the clearing, my footfalls seemed unnaturally loud in the profound silence. The arranged candles pulsed with a faint inner light, devoid of visible flame. The black candle at the center drew my gaze, and I moved toward it instinctively. Upon reaching the circle's heart, I noted something peculiar about the black candle. Unlike the others, it wasn't wax but smooth, cool like polished obsidian. Split down the middle, the two halves stood slightly apart. Reaching out to touch it, a deep, resonant hum reverberated as my fingers made contact. The sound seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere, vibrating through me. The surrounding white candles glowed more intensely, still flameless. The split in the black candle widened slowly, revealing deeper darkness within. The hum intensified, and I felt a subtle tug, not physical but fundamental, as if the void within called to something in my consciousness. Transfixed, the forest faded away, the fog thickening until only the glowing white candles and the abyss of the split black candle remained. Time lost meaning as something ethereal emerged from the darkness within. Shadows danced within the split, forming intricate, impossible patterns that resonated with something deep within me, ancient yet elusive. Lost in the pattern's mesmerizing dance, I eventually sensed the fog thinning, the white candles dimming. Gradually, I stepped back as the shadows within the split candle faded into darkness. The forest re-emerged, and I retraced my steps. The broken candles vanished without a trace. The fog lifted, revealing a star-filled night sky. To this day, I sometimes revisit that path, hoping to find another broken candle trail leading to the clearing, yet in vain. On quiet nights when the wind whispers through the trees and mist rises from the ground, I still feel the faint echo of that resonant hum, stirring something deep within me. I ponder the patterns within the split black candle, the ancient truths they hinted at, and the part of me that recognized them. In my dreams, I see those patterns again, unfolding in ways beyond comprehension. Almost understanding their message, I realize some mysteries are meant to remain just out of reach, where wonder and uncertainty mingle in the twilight, evading complete comprehension. Story 27. In the hushed embrace of the ancient pines, the soft murmur of the breeze weaved through the crisp morning air, guiding my steps along the winding trail that snaked through the mountain's rugged terrain. Each footfall, a gentle cadence upon the carpet of fallen needles, seemed to harmonize with the rhythmic beating of my own heart. The mist, a silent companion, draped itself over the towering trees like a velvety shroud, cocooning the wilderness in a tranquil hush. Solitude in nature had always been my solace, a sanctuary for my weary soul. But on this particular morning, a peculiar stillness hung in the air, enveloping me in a profound silence that felt almost palpable. The usual symphony of birdsong was conspicuously absent, as if the mountain itself held its breath in anticipation. Nestled in my backpack was an old leather journal, a relic from an estate sale that had piqued my curiosity. Its weathered pages chronicled the musings of an elderly naturalist who had once roamed these very mountains, detailing enigmatic occurrences that had unfolded amid these ancient peaks. Tales of hidden valleys where sound gathered like liquid, where distant whispers resonated with eerie clarity while close shouts faded into oblivion. As I ascended higher, the mist thickened, shrouding the landscape in a dense veil of silence. My footfalls, once a comforting companion, now seemed distant and muffled, as if belonging to a phantom traveler. The air grew heavy, a gentle weight pressing against my senses with a persistent whisper. Pausing to quench my thirst from a canteen, the act of swallowing reverberated within me, its echo a haunting melody that stirred a sense of disquiet. The naturalist's journal had alluded to a sacred clearing, adorned with weathered stones, where the silence purportedly held a profound power, a phenomenon he cryptically referred to as the quiet that speaks, a phenomenon that beckoned those who dared to listen. Around a colossal boulder, the clearing revealed itself, a circle of 7 ancient stones, standing sentinel amidst the whispering trees. Wisps of mist pirouetted between the stones, weaving an ethereal dance that defied the stillness of the air. Entering the circle, a subtle shift in the atmosphere enveloped me, as if submerged in a warm, liquid silence. The silence here bore a sentient quality, an attentive presence that seemed to listen intently. My own breath, though imperceptible to my ears, pulsed within me. The crunch of pine needles beneath my boots ceased, swallowed by the profound stillness that now enveloped me as I settled at the circle's heart, leaning against a weathered stone, and unfurled the journal. A passage in the naturalist's final entry captivated my gaze. The silence speaks in whispers of memory. It reveals what you need to hear, if only you would listen with more than just your ears. With those words etched in my mind, a shift in perception unfolded. The silence acquired texture and depth, unveiling a tapestry of sounds that transcended the present. A distant echo of children's laughter, the rhythmic creak of a rocking chair, the gentle patter of rain on a tin roof. These spectral sounds were not mere echoes of bygone moments. They were vivid recollections imbued with sensory detail. The scent of lavender, the caress of summer air, the taste of raindrops on parched lips. Lost in this timeless reverie, hours slipped by unnoticed, the sun's descent obscured by the eternal mist that enshrouded the clearing. Upon rising to depart, a subtle anomaly caught my eye, my shadow, accompanied by faint, fleeting silhouettes that danced at the periphery of vision. Though they vanished upon direct scrutiny, their lingering presence lingered, a silent testament to the hidden realm that surrounded me. In the journal's waning pages, a cryptic message awaited. They are the custodians of silence, the preservers of forgotten echoes, harmless entities, yearning to share their auditory treasury with those attuned to the art of listening. Descending the mountain, the world's familiar sounds gradually returned. The rustle of foliage, the whisper of wind, the distant song of a solitary bird. Yet a subtle resonance, a reverberation of the profound silence, remained etched within me, a whispering echo that hummed in my very bones. In the tranquil moments before slumber, the phantom sounds returned, carried on unseen currents of silence. And on nights steeped in darkness, when the world held its breath, the elusive shadows lingered at the periphery, awaiting those who dared to heed their whispered secrets. The naturalist's wisdom rang true. The mountain harbored enigmas within its silent embrace, narratives inscribed in the absence of sound. Despite numerous returns to the mountain's cradle, the sacred clearing eluded me, perhaps revealing itself solely to those in need of its whispered truths. Or perhaps, like the shadows and their spectral symphony, it existed in the liminal space where silence transcends into speech. Story 28. The gentle murmur of the wind as it weaved through the ancient trees carried with it the soothing essence of pine and earth, damp with the evening's dew. Along the serpentine path of the forest, I wandered, guided by the fading light of twilight that painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and deep blue. In my hand, a wooden lantern cast a warm, flickering glow, its dance across the mossy ground creating shadows that seemed to pulse with each step I took. For hours, I had been meandering, seeking solace amidst the whispers of the natural world. The forest had always been my sanctuary, but tonight, an unfamiliar aura lingered in the air. A peculiar stillness enveloped the woods, as if every leaf and branch held its breath in silent anticipation. Even the usual symphony of evening crickets was but a faint whisper in the encroaching darkness. As I delved deeper into the heart of the forest, my gaze was drawn to a peculiar cluster of trees ahead. Their branches had intertwined over countless seasons, crafting an elaborate canopy that formed what seemed to be a natural haven. The sight halted me in my tracks. In all my years of exploring these woods, I had never stumbled upon this particular grove. Approaching closer, I observed how the branches had melded and twisted in patterns defying the norms of natural growth. They arched and intertwined, resembling the corridors of a forgotten palace sculpted by the hand of nature itself. The bark, in places where it should have been rough, was surprisingly smooth, as if caressed by generations of unseen hands. Illuminated by my lantern, intricate designs etched into the wood came to light, spirals and curves hinting at a craftsmanship beyond the ordinary passage of time. Within the shelter, the air held a warmth distinct from the surrounding forest, carrying a faint, sweet fragrance that eluded my recognition. It bore hints of honey and old tomes, with an exotic undertone that tickled my senses with mystery. Stepping beneath the canopy of woven branches, the sound of my footfalls transformed, echoing with a hollow resonance as though I trod upon polished floorboards rather than the forest floor. My explorations within the shelter revealed curious artifacts, fragments of colored glass nestled in branch crevices, twinkling like captured stars in my lantern's glow. Strips of what appeared to be ancient paper or parchment were delicately entwined amidst the smaller twigs, their edges softened by the passage of time and weather until they seemed as if they had grown there naturally. Venturing further into the shelter, subtle shifts in the environment became apparent. The temperature gradually rose, and the quality of light altered within this secluded realm. My lantern's radiance acquired a greenish hue, filtered through layers of living foliage, though the dense canopy above obstructed most natural light from penetrating. A gentle, melodic hum wafted through the air, almost imperceptible yet persistent, seeming to emanate from the very essence of the wood itself. In a secluded corner, I stumbled upon a small alcove formed by 3 trees, perfectly aligned in a triangular configuration. Their branches had intertwined to create a natural seat, accompanied by a small platform resembling a table. Adorning this platform were peculiar objects, patterned stones, unfamiliar dried blooms, and aged coins adorned with cryptic symbols. As night enveloped the world outside, the shelter stirred with subtle movements. Shadows danced in ways incongruous with my lantern's sway, and now and then I glimpsed soft lights flitting amongst the branches, perhaps fireflies, yet moving with a purposeful grace that belied their mundane nature. The more time I spent within this enigmatic grove, the more anomalies I noticed that challenged the boundary between natural and crafted. Some smaller branches bore intricate knots and designs, resembling writing in a cryptic script beyond my comprehension. Yet, the growth patterns appeared organic, as if the trees themselves had willed such formations into being. A gentle breeze carried the distant chime of unseen bells, though no wind instruments graced the shelter. The harmonious melody seemed to emanate from all directions simultaneously, weaving a tranquil symphony that weighed upon my eyelids, lulling me towards slumber. The natural chair I had chanced upon earlier beckoned me, its embrace surprisingly comfortable as I settled into its support. The hum within the wood grew more pronounced, its rhythm soothing rather than disquieting. The dancing lights above me fell into a mesmerizing cadence, reminiscent of celestial constellations in motion. The glow of my lantern dimmed imperceptibly, time losing its grip within this peculiar sanctuary. The realm beyond the shelter blurred, replaced by a serene isolation that felt both alien and achingly familiar. Betwixt waking and dreams, the gentle sounds and shifting lights of the grove enveloped me in a tranquil embrace. In these ephemeral moments of twilight awareness, I noticed further alterations within the shelter. Branches seemed to sway and shift when caught in my peripheral vision, remaining motionless upon direct gaze. The glass fragments embedded in the wood emitted a soft radiance of their own, crafting a gentle aurora that pirouetted across the woven canopy. The fragrance in the air intensified, still sweet, now tinged with echoes of antiquity and wisdom, like the scent of ancient libraries mingled with the freshness of spring growth. Distant whispers carried upon the breeze, speaking in hushed tongues unknown to me, yet resonating with a familiarity that tugged at the edges of my consciousness. As my awareness ebbed and flowed, a presence made itself known within the shelter, not menacing, but ancient and observant. It seemed to emanate from the very essence of the grove itself, as though the entwined branches were but a visible manifestation of a vast, dormant intelligence. The humming within the wood assumed a conversational cadence, its undulating patterns hinting at meanings just beyond my grasp. When I fully opened my eyes, the filtering light of morning cast intricate patterns upon the ground, morphing into shapes that nearly coalesced into recognizable forms. My lantern had extinguished itself, a detail I could not recall occurring. In the daylight, the shelter appeared altered, still enigmatic, yet somehow more distant, as if retreating back into the ordinary fabric of the forest. As I prepared to depart, a solitary leaf caught my eye upon the natural table beside me. Its contorted form bore a resemblance to the cryptic inscriptions I had witnessed within the branches. When I picked it up, the leaf unfurled in my grasp, returning to its natural state so swiftly that I questioned the reality of what I had witnessed. Journeying back through the forest, I endeavored to etch the path to the shelter into my memory, noting landmarks and distinctive trees along the way. Yet with each step, the forest seemed to shift around me, the pathway subtly altering until I found myself unsure of my origin. To this day, I find myself drawn back to the forest, seeking out that extraordinary grove. Occasionally, glimpses of woven branches in the distance, or the familiar hum on the wind, stir memories of that mystical sanctuary. Yet the shelter remains elusive, manifesting solely within dreams and recollections that feel more tangible than reality itself. Perhaps it reveals itself solely to those in need, extending sanctuary and enigma in equal measure to wayfarers weary of the world's burdens. The sole tangible reminder of my encounter lingers in a heightened sensitivity to the whispers of the trees, and a conviction that beneath the entwined branches of the deep forest, the shelter maintains its ancient vigil, awaiting the next voyager in search of its peculiar magic. Story 29. The soft patter of rain against leaves painted a tranquil scene as I strolled along the forest path, my steps quieted by the plush carpet of pine needles below. The fading light of late afternoon filtered through the canopy, casting a dreamlike glow over everything it touched. The air carried the earthy scent of damp soil and moss, intermingled with the sweet perfume of wild mushrooms scattered across the forest floor. These solitary walks had always been my refuge, a place of peace and introspection. But on this particular day, there was a subtle shift in the atmosphere. The familiar path seemed to twist and turn in unfamiliar ways, while the ancient trees, guardians of the woods for centuries, leaned in closer, as if sharing a secret. Their branches swayed gently in an unseen breeze, creating a whispered symphony high above my head. Venturing deeper into the woods, a delicate mist began to rise from the ground, curling around the tree trunks like ethereal fingers. The temperature dropped ever so slightly, sending a shiver down my spine and raising goosebumps on my arms. The rain, now a gentle melody, beckoned me forward with a mysterious allure. Through the veils of mist, I caught sight of something extraordinary. Weathered stone walls covered in emerald moss emerged from the verdant landscape. Standing no taller than my chest, these walls formed the entrance to a labyrinth, a sight unseen in all my years of wandering these woods. The stones exuded a curious warmth, and as I pressed my hand against them, I felt a faint vibration, like an ancient lullaby humming through the rock. The moss under my touch was velvety soft, emitting a subtle glow that grew more pronounced as daylight waned. Without conscious thought, I found myself following the winding walls as they twisted and turned. Each corner revealed new patterns etched into the stone, new varieties of moss and lichen painting the surfaces in hues of green, silver, and midnight blue. Enigmatic flowers blossomed in the crevices, their iridescent petals resembling drops of moonlight brought to life. The further I delved into the labyrinth, the more the outside world faded into obscurity. The rain's rhythm shifted once more, now aligning with the beat of my own heart. The mist swirled around my feet in synchrony with the designs on the walls, and in the distance, the distant tinkling of wind chimes serenaded the air. Though no breeze stirred the stillness around me, time lost its grip on me as minutes blurred into hours within the timeless confines of the labyrinth. The soft glow of diffused light enveloped me, emanating from every direction and none at all. The walls continued their intricate storytelling, depicting scenes of ancient forests alive with dancing trees and enigmatic beings that defied classification. Turning yet another corner, I stumbled upon a circular clearing nestled within the heart of the labyrinth. At its center, a pool of water lay so placid it resembled obsidian glass, disturbed only by ephemeral ripples dancing against the falling rain. Encircling the pool, stone benches curved in a perfect circle, their surfaces adorned with the shifting patterns reminiscent of the walls. Seating myself on one of the stone benches, I felt the enigmatic warmth of the rock seep through my clothing. The raindrops created mesmerizing concentric circles on the pool's surface, each ripple carrying twinkling points of light that pirouetted before fading into oblivion. In the depths of the water, fleeting shadows hinted at memories or dreams, their nature elusive and enigmatic. The distant chiming drew nearer, merging seamlessly with the rain's melody and the murmurs of the trees, weaving a harmony that resonated deep within my soul. The mist continued its ethereal dance around the clearing, sometimes coalescing into shapes that almost resembled figures before dissipating into formless wisps. As I gazed into the depths of the pool, visions began to materialize. A library filled with self-turning books, a garden where flowers bloomed and withered in a breath, a staircase spiraling into infinite darkness. Were these visions tangible realities, reflections of distant realms, or mere figments of my imagination, nurtured by the otherworldly ambience of this hidden sanctuary? With each passing moment, I felt myself melding into the labyrinth's enigmatic melody. The boundaries between self and surroundings blurred until I could no longer discern where I ended and the mist began. The rain on my skin hummed like ancient notes, while the patterns on the walls flowed through my thoughts like a meandering stream. Eventually, a realization dawned on me, though time had lost its meaning within the labyrinth. The path I had followed into the clearing had transformed, offering 3 identical passages leading into the mist-shrouded unknown. The walls pulsed softly with the same inner light that had captivated me earlier, casting dancing shadows that seemed to possess a life of their own. While the logical part of me urged a return before darkness fully descended, a deeper intuition whispered that each path would lead me precisely where I needed to be. irrespective of my original destination. The labyrinth operated under a primal logic, governed by emotions and instincts rather than physical laws. Rising from the stone bench, I chose a passage at random, guided by the swelling chimes that faded into a distant, wordless melody emanating from the very stones themselves. The mist parted before me like a veiled curtain, unveiling the path ahead one step at a time. With each footfall, a profound serenity enveloped me, dispelling any traces of fear despite the surreal circumstances. I embraced a profound sense of tranquility, as if I had unearthed something ancient and profound that had awaited discovery with patient anticipation. The rain continued its gentle descent, the mist continued its hypnotic dance, and above, celestial stars twinkled through the unseen canopy. Whether real or illusory, their nature remained a mystery. That day, I did not return to the familiar forest path. Instead, I emerged from the labyrinth into my own garden, where the stone walls seamlessly melded into rows of blossoming shrubs, the intricate patterns fading into ordinary shadows. The rain had ceased, yet dewdrops clung to every leaf and petal, refracting the dwindling daylight like myriad miniature prisms. Even now, glimpses of those shifting patterns flicker at the edge of my vision, and echoes of distant chimes linger on the cusp of sleep. The labyrinth's haunting melody visits my dreams, beckoning me back to its cryptic pathways. On rainy days, when the mist rises and the light takes on a diffused quality, I find myself scanning the forest for stone walls, pondering whether the labyrinth endures, awaiting rediscovery by another soul in need of its peculiar enchantment. Perhaps it exists solely in that twilight realm between wakefulness and dreams, where reality merges with fantasy in seamless harmony. Or perhaps it transcends temporal and spatial constraints, concealed in plain sight, unveiling its mysteries solely to those prepared to perceive them. Regardless, its essence lingers within me, a gentle whisper reminding me of the unfathomable wonders that defy explanation, urging me to embrace the enigmatic beauty of the world. The rain still falls, the mist still rises, and in a realm that straddles the boundaries of perception, a labyrinth of ancient stones continues its eternal waltz with time and memory, patiently awaiting the next wanderer to chance upon its enigmatic trails. Story 30. The autumn air enveloped my wooden cabin, heavy with the sweet, earthy fragrance of decaying leaves. The ancient forest outside stood motionless, frozen in a timeless embrace. Not a single leaf rustled, not a branch twitched. This peculiar stillness had lingered for 3 days now, defying the natural flow of things. I sat in my cherished armchair, cocooned in a soft wool blanket, absorbing the crackling symphony of the fireplace. The flames painted playful shadows on the rugged walls, their warm glow contrasting with the gray twilight seeping through the windows. My cup of chamomile tea sat neglected, gone cold as I became lost in contemplation of the eerie quiet enveloping me. The forest had always been my refuge, a sanctuary from the chaos of the modern world. But this silence held a different weight, oppressive, almost sentient. It evoked the tension before a storm, that charged moment when nature holds its breath. Yet this moment stretched on, defying all logic. My cat, Shadow, rested on the windowsill, her black coat reflecting the flickering firelight. Her ears remained alert, her golden eyes fixed on an unseen presence in the darkness. At times, she would raise her head and track movements imperceptible to my eyes, her tail flicking with nervous energy. That night, as I readied for bed, a peculiar sight greeted me in the bathroom mirror. Behind me, where darkness should have reigned, a pale mist swirled with purpose, fleeting and mysterious. When I turned to look directly, only the impenetrable black of night greeted me, yet the image lingered in my mind like a fading echo. Sleep eluded me that night. The silence pressed against my ears, amplifying the rhythm of my own heartbeat against the pillow. In the hazy realm between wakefulness and dreams, a faint sound, almost imagined, reached my ears, a slow, rhythmic whisper, akin to distant breathing. Morning unveiled no respite from the stillness. The forest remained frozen, painted against the horizon. Yet a subtle change had occurred overnight. The carpet of fallen leaves surrounding my cabin had shifted, forming intricate patterns that seemed purposeful. Curved lines and spirals spread from the base of the trees, like nature's intricate artwork. Shadow refused to venture outside, perched by the window, her tail fluffed, fixated on the leafy patterns with intense focus. When I ventured outdoors to gather firewood, the air felt dense and resistant, like wading through invisible syrup. The temperature remained constant, neither warm nor cold, unsettling my skin with a prickling unease. As dusk approached, a significant shift unfolded. The mist glimpsed in the mirror materialized at the forest's edge, creeping between the trees like cautious tendrils, pale and luminescent in the fading light. Within its translucent depths, elusive shapes flickered in and out of existence, fleeting movements that defied direct observation. The rhythmic breathing sound intensified with the onset of darkness, emanating from all directions, filling the void between heartbeats. Shadow pressed against my legs, her fur bristling. Together we witnessed the mist's gradual advance towards the cabin, carrying the essence of age, earth, and something ancient and unknowable. That night, my dreams wove a tale of roots penetrating my floorboards, of leaves whispering my name, of trees bending to peer through my windows with eyes concealed in their bark. The breathing sound transformed into a voice, speaking in a language that felt both familiar and foreign. Upon awakening, my sheets were damp with dew, despite sealed windows. The leaf patterns had evolved, spiraling outward from my cabin like nature's intricate fingerprint. Even in daylight, the mist lingered, clinging to the ground in tendrils reaching out to my footsteps. Shadow spent the day pacing between windows, following an invisible presence. On the seventh day of stillness, I discovered handprints on my windows, not on the glass, but within the condensation formed overnight. These prints, larger than human hands, with an excess of fingers, left trails resembling twisting vines. The breathing sound had become a constant companion, ebbing and flowing like distant waves. That evening, as I sat by the fire, I noticed a peculiar shift. The shadows no longer danced in harmony with the flames, but swayed to a new rhythm, aligning with the forest's breath. The leaf patterns from outside had infiltrated indoors, manifesting in the dust on shelves, the wood grain of floors, the very fabric of my blankets. Suddenly, Shadow darted from her perch to the front door, pressing her ear against the wood. The breathing sound intensified, resonating within my chest, as if my heartbeat synchronized with an ancient entity. The mist seeped through cracks, carrying scents of moss, mushrooms, and silent decay. Fear should have gripped me, yet it felt distant and inconsequential, like the world beyond the forest. Instead, a profound sense of recognition enveloped me, as if I had finally acknowledged a long-standing observer. The patterns surrounding me formed a language, a narrative scribed in leaves, shadows, and breath. As I pen these words, the forest remains still, vibrant in its quietude. The mist has become a constant companion, swirling around my feet as I tread my home. Shadow has ceased her vigil at the windows, seemingly at peace with our altered reality. The breathing sound, now familiar, only registers in moments of silence. At times, amidst the night's depths, I sense a comprehension of the forest's message. The patterns shift and morph, crafting words and images just beyond grasp. The boundary between my human existence and the ancient awareness enveloping me thins by the day. I question if the forest altered, or if my perception shifted. The stillness, once oppressive, now brims with anticipation, akin to a held breath before profound revelations. I find myself holding my breath, awaiting the forest's next utterance. The leaves pirouette, the mist spins its tails, and in the silence between heartbeats, the forest exhales. And I, in harmony, become part of a mystery devoid of resolution. For some questions, unanswered and lingering like morning mist, possess a beauty in their enigma, beckoning us to listen and wonder. Story 31. The soft patter of rain against the window pane set a tranquil rhythm in my grandmother's old study. Surrounded by the comforting aroma of aged leather-bound books and cedar wood, I found myself immersed in the quiet of the autumn evening that had descended early, cloaking the house in a gentle darkness, only punctuated by the warm glow of my reading lamp. Cradled in my hands was my grandmother's weathered leather-bound journal, its pages tinged with the passage of time, holding within its words a tale of mystery that would forever alter my perception of night and starlight. It had been 3 months since my grandmother passed away, leaving me this house by the lake and all its enigmatic secrets. Among her belongings, this journal stood out, filled with her graceful script detailing something extraordinary about the vast expanse of water that stretched beyond the property. I had always been intrigued by the peculiarity of the lake, how it seemed to swallow light rather than mirror it, even on the brightest of nights. The rain continued its gentle symphony as I delved into her writings, penned decades ago. The lake cradles memories in its depths, not in the way you might expect. It doesn't merely reflect the stars, it captures them, holds them like fireflies in a jar. I've witnessed them descend one by one, their luminosity fading as they sink into the dark waters. A faint creak from the floorboards momentarily drew my focus away from the journal. In the silence of the house, every sound carried significance and weight. The ancient grandfather clock in the hallway told the hour with its deep, resonant chimes. 9 solemn bells echoed through the empty rooms, beckoning me further into the ambience of my grandmother's narratives. Returning to the journal, I found myself entranced by her meticulous observations. The first time I beheld a star plummet into the lake, I questioned my own eyes. It appeared as a gentle descent, akin to a tear in the fabric of the night sky, rather than the swift streak of a typical shooting star. Touching the water's surface with a barely perceptible ripple, it descended slowly, its radiance diminishing until it vanished entirely. Beyond the window, the rain began to taper off, transitioning from a steady drumming to a soft murmur. Through the bay window of the study, I glimpsed the lake's expanse, a vast sheet of obsidian extending towards the horizon. The dispersing clouds above unveiled patches of the night sky, yet no stars were reflected on the lake's surface, which remained an impenetrable void, swallowing what little light dared to touch it. My grandmother's script grew more intricate. I've commenced tracking them, the falling stars. They adhere to a pattern, though it took me years to discern. They descend most frequently during the autumn equinox, when the boundary between our world and whatever lies beyond appears thinnest. The lake is not merely a collector, it somehow preserves them in its lightless depths. A cool breeze whispered through the study, causing the curtains to sway gently. Drawing my sweater snugly around my shoulders, I couldn't shake the sensation that the drop in temperature was not entirely natural. The journal divulged further. As they sink, they emit a sound, not a splash, but a melodic note, akin to a wet finger tracing a wine glass. Each star possesses its own pitch, its own melody. On particularly tranquil nights, I've discerned their harmonious chorus emanating from beneath the surface. The sky had now cleared entirely, revealing a celestial canvas strewn with stars. Yet as I gazed out over the lake, its surface remained an opaque black. Moving closer to the window, I noticed an anomaly. The stars above the lake pulsed with a peculiar, almost hypnotic rhythm, different from those over the surrounding forest. They flickered in a mesmerizing cadence. My breath caught at my grandmother's subsequent entry. I've begun to comprehend why the stars gravitate to this lake. It's not a haphazard occurrence. They are drawn here, summoned by something in the depths. The lake is not merely a collector, it is a custodian of celestial enigmas, a sentinel of extinguished light. The The crux of the matter is, what becomes of their radiance once it is absorbed? Rising from my reading chair, I strolled to the French doors leading to the back porch. The wooden boards murmured softly beneath my steps as I ventured outside, compelled by an inexplicable urge to draw nearer to the lake. The air carried a chill from the recent rain, redolent of damp earth and pine needles. In the distance, an owl's plaintive call echoed across the water. The journal's pages rustled in my grasp as a gentle breeze wafted by. My grandmother's words had escalated in urgency in the later entries. I've begun to perceive forms beneath the surface, not reflections, but entities distinct. They glide akin to schools of fish, yet emit a faint, starlit glow. Whatever the lake is executing with the light it gathers, it is engendering something novel, something exquisite and mysterious. As if in response to her prose, I discerned a subtle alteration in the lake's sheen. The darkness seemed to shift, revealing hues of deep blue and purple, reminiscent of oil on water. And then I beheld it. A star, descending so languidly, it appeared to float, descending from the heavens towards the lake's surface. It descended with deliberate grace, as though guided rather than falling. The star touched the water, producing the most delicate of ripples, and then I heard it. The crystalline note my grandmother had described, pure and haunting. The sonorous tone seemed to resonate with something profound within me, stirring recollections I had not known existed. As the star's radiance waned beneath the surface, I comprehended why my grandmother had spent countless nights observing this lake. More stars commenced their descent, each selecting its moment, each contributing its voice to an otherworldly symphony, discernible solely to those attuned to listen. The lake's surface teemed with subtle movements, interplays of light and shadow that seemed to waltz beneath the waters. It was both beautiful and melancholic, akin to witnessing the final embers of a fire wane. Perusing the final entry in my grandmother's journal, I discovered words that encapsulated this moment flawlessly. The lake does not obliterate the starlight, it metamorphoses it. Each fallen star becomes a fragment of something greater, a compendium of astral recollections harbored by the lake. At times I fancy I can perceive them murmuring their narratives, sagas of cosmic odysseys and ancient luminescence, now conserved in these Stygian waters. Standing on the porch, observing the unhurried descent of the stars, I finally comprehended why my grandmother had opted to dwell beside this lake. It was not solely a body of water, it was a reservoir of light, a preserver of stellar enigmas, a locale where the demarcation between earth and sky blurred and became nebulous. The night deepened, and more stars continued their gentle plunge into the lake's embrace. Each one left behind a trace of its voyage in the form of that crystalline resonance, composing a nocturnal symphony that appeared to bridge the chasm between the mundane and the miraculous. As I lingered there, a witness to this extraordinary exhibition, a profound tranquility enveloped me. My grandmother's parting words in the journal now held absolute clarity. The lake of faded stars is not a conclusion, it is a genesis. Every light it assimilates becomes a fragment of an eternal ballet, a celebration of the ceaseless cycle of transmutation. To witness it is to grasp that naught truly concludes. It simply transforms, discovering fresh avenues to radiate in the shadows. The rain recommenced, a gentle veil connecting sky and lake in a shimmering embrace. I remained on the porch, clutching my grandmother's journal, observing as more stars commenced their unhurried descent into the awaiting waters. Each carried its own saga, its own luminance, joining myriad others in the lake's enigmatic depths. As the night deepened and the celestial waltz persisted, I realized that I had inherited more than a mere house by a lake. I had become the subsequent custodian of this celestial secret, the next beholder of this endless cycle of falling stars and transmuted light. The lake's surface rippled gently, as if acknowledging this tacit comprehension, while above, the night sky continued its eternal spectacle, stars gleaming, descending, and being reborn in the somber waters below. Story 32. The gentle flicker of candlelight waltzed gracefully over the time-worn wooden floors of the vintage emporium, casting ethereal shadows that swayed hypnotically in the dimness. Rain softly tap-danced against the Victorian windows, weaving a soothing melody that enveloped the tranquil evening air. Seeking refuge from the autumn storm, I found myself drawn into this enigmatic establishment, where the cozy warmth and the rich aroma of aged books and polished wood beckoned me to linger a while longer. Amidst the meticulously arranged array of oddities, my gaze gravitated towards a portrait hanging in a secluded alcove, veiled in shadows. The painting portrayed a young woman adorned in a deep blue gown, her features depicted with striking precision. Her skin possessed a porcelain-like luminescence that caught and mirrored the flickering candlelight, while her dark tresses seamlessly melded with the dusky backdrop. Yet it was her eyes that held me captivated, deep pools of amber that seemed to possess an uncanny depth, as if imbued with a forgotten technique that bestowed upon them a liquid-like quality. The shopkeeper, a venerable gentleman with silver hair and wire-rimmed spectacles, noticed my intrigue. His voice, a soft and measured cadence, akin to one well-versed in the art of weaving bedtime tales. "That portrait carries a storied past," he murmured, adjusting his sleeve with care. "Crafted by an artist who vanished shortly after its completion. Rumors whisper of his quest to concoct a unique blend of pigments, aiming to capture an unparalleled lifelike essence within those eyes." Returning to the shop day after day, an unexplainable fascination with the portrait took root within me. Each visit unveiled new intricacies. The subtle folds of her dress, the delicate portrayal of her clasped fingers, the elusive smile that seemed to shift depending on the viewing angle. The shopkeeper often regaled me with morsels of the painting's history, each anecdote more enthralling than the last. On a particularly hushed evening, as rain cascaded down the shop's windows, a peculiar observation caught my eye. The woman's gaze seemed to track my movements through the room, not in the conventional manner of portraits, but with a subtle shift in the depths of her amber irises, akin to ripples on a tranquil pond. The candlelight caught these minuscule movements, creating fleeting glimmers that vanished upon direct focus. Stepping beside me, the shopkeeper's voice barely rose above a whisper. It is said the artist fixated on capturing true vitality in his creations, delving into ancient methodologies, experimenting with unconventional materials. Some speculate he stumbled upon something extraordinary, or perhaps something best left undiscovered. As weeks ebbed by, subtle alterations in the portrait began to manifest. At times her countenance appeared softer, contemplative. Other instances revealed a trace of melancholy in the curve of her lips. These changes, so delicate, prompted me to question their reality or mere figments of my imagination, heightened by the shopkeeper's tales and the dreamlike ambience of the candlelit emporium. One dusk, I arrived to find the shop cloaked in an unusual darkness. The candles extinguished, only the pallid light of twilight filtering through rain-streaked windows. The shopkeeper was nowhere in sight. Standing before the portrait, a bolt of lightning briefly illuminated the room, unveiling a remarkable sight. The woman's eyes blinked. A surge quickened my heart, not from fear, but from a peculiar sense of awe. The rain continued its gentle serenade against the window panes as I drew nearer to the painting. The eyes had undergone a profound transformation, exuding a warmth and cognizance seemingly inconceivable for mere pigments on canvas. In the dimness, I could have sworn I witnessed her rise and fall with a gentle breath. The shopkeeper's voice, akin to softly falling snow, emanated from behind me. "She reveals herself solely to those who truly grasp her beauty," he intoned. The artist didn't merely capture her likeness. He unearthed the means to encapsulate something more profound. something that straddles the realms of art and reality. Though I never acquired the portrait, my visits persisted. At times, I'd linger for hours in the cozy armchair near the alcove, engrossed in reading by candlelight as the woman in the painting observed with living eyes. The shopkeeper would offer tea, and together we'd share a companionable silence, punctuated solely by the rustle of pages and the symphony of rainfall. Years have drifted since, and often I've pondered whether it all existed within my imagination. The subtle shifts in her expression, the fluidity in her eyes, the sensation of being in the presence of something simultaneously beautiful and unfathomable. Yet, on quiet nights, when rain whispers against my window, memories of the candlelit shop and the portrait that seemed to pulsate resurface. They speak of the painting's lingering presence in that shop, awaiting visitors attuned to the enigmatic allure of those amber eyes. Some profess witnessing her smile metamorphose, or catching a glimpse of movement within the canvas. Perhaps the genuine enchantment lies not in the portrait's purported animation, but in those tranquil instants when we permit ourselves to believe in the implausible, suspended in that twilight space where art and reality meld like watercolors in the rain. Story 33. The soft rustle of withered leaves brushing against my window pane interrupted my evening reading on a crisp autumn night. Their hushed whispers carried an eerie harmony, unlike the usual chaotic symphony of wind-blown debris. Setting aside my book, I focused on the gentle scratching sounds, letting them envelop my senses. The aged house creaked with a sense of contentment as I settled into my favorite armchair, a weathered leather heirloom passed down from my grandfather. The warm glow of my reading lamp cast a golden aura in the dimming room, casting elongated shadows over the polished hardwood. Beyond the window, the sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving a deep violet twilight that seeped through the glass like watercolors on a canvas. It was then that the peculiar rhythm in the leaves' dance caught my attention. Their movements against the window were not haphazard. There was a deliberate pattern to it, akin to a secret code or the careful cadence of human speech. The sound ebbed and flowed, rising to a soft crescendo before fading into silence, only to start anew moments later. It was strangely soothing, akin to the gentle lapping of waves on a distant shore. Intrigued, I abandoned my book completely, drawn to the window by an inexplicable fascination. The evening air carried the tang of autumn, decaying leaves, distant chimney smoke, and a sweet essence that accompanied the season's chill. Approaching the window, the leaf song grew more defined. Standing closer, I observed the brown and golden leaves twirling and spiraling in the encroaching darkness, catching the final glimmers of daylight. They moved with a graceful precision, as if each leaf was a dancer in a natural ballet. The longer I gazed, the more convinced I became that this was no ordinary evening breeze at play. My breath fogged the window as I leaned in, discerning shapes forming within the swirling leaves, indistinct yet strangely organized. They almost coalesced into recognizable forms before dissolving into chaos, akin to fleeting faces in billowing clouds. A slight chill permeated the room despite the steady hum of the ancient radiator. A shiver ran down my spine, not solely from the cold. The leaf song shifted, adopting a mournful tone that stirred half-remembered memories. A lullaby, a forgotten folk tune hummed by my grandmother in her garden. I found myself humming along, the melody ancient and elusive, rooted in a time before words or memory. In response, the leaves intensified their dance, forming intricate spirals that twirled in kaleidoscopic patterns of autumn hues. My hand hovered over the window latch, compelled to open it, to embrace the leaf song without the barrier of glass. The metal felt cool against my skin as I hesitated, torn between reason and enchantment. The rational voice in my mind urged caution, to step back, to dispel the enchantment that cloaked the evening. Yet the melody was irresistible, promising secrets of forgotten woods, ancient stones, and mysteries buried beneath layers of fallen leaves. With trembling fingers, I reached for the latch. Outside, the leaves pressed closer, their dance urgent in the deepening night. Though darkness enveloped the world, their glow persisted. A faint ember-like light stirred by a phantom breeze. A sudden creak from the old house jolted me from my reverie. Blinking, I realized how long I had stood there, lost in the nocturnal enchantment. The room had grown cold, the abandoned book a forgotten relic in the lamplight's pool. Reluctantly, I withdrew my hand from the window latch. The leaf song sighed wistfully, the intricate patterns dissolving as the leaves scattered, melding back into the tapestry of the autumn night. Returning to my chair, I picked up my book, yet the haunting melody lingered in the air, intermingling with the house's nocturnal symphony. The ticking of the hallway clock, the creaking of floorboards, the whisper of pages turning. Sometimes on the brink of slumber, I fancied I discerned ancient words in that leafy chorus, a language on the edge of comprehension. That night, I refrained from opening the window, a decision that lingers in the quiet hours. Would the leaves have simply tumbled in, scattering across the floor? Or would something else, dormant since the house's inception, have crossed the threshold with them? Each evening, the autumn winds summon the leaves to dance against my window, their song a melodic enigma of promise and mystique. I keep the windows firmly closed now, content to let certain enigmas remain shrouded in the night. Yet in the darkest hours, I find myself humming that enigmatic melody, and the leaves outside rustle in response, as if acknowledging a shared memory from a time long past. Story 34. The soft patter of raindrops against ancient stained glass windows weaves a tranquil melody that drifts through the empty chapel. Nestled in the back pew, my fingers glide along the weathered wooden surface, tracing the stories etched by time. The air whispers with the comforting scent of aged books, melted beeswax, and the elusive mustiness that lingers in forgotten sacred places. This evening was never meant to be spent here, yet the sudden autumn storm led me to seek refuge within these hallowed walls. The heavy doors groaned open at my touch, as if anticipating my entrance. Now, as the rain serenades the outside world, I find an unexpected gratitude in this enforced solitude. The chapel is a realm of shadows and secrets. Rows of vacant pews stretch ahead, their dark wood shimmering faintly in the scarce light filtering through the windows. The ceiling soars into darkness above, its intricate woodwork vanishing into the encroaching dusk. In the dimness, barely discernible, stands the altar, a modest stone structure that cradles centuries of whispered prayers within its weathered facade. As my eyes adjust to the gloom, a peculiar sight catches my attention. A soft, warm light flickers behind the altar, in a space cloaked in shadow. The light holds a steady glow akin to a candle, yet its cadence pulsates with an uncanny rhythm, almost akin to a breath. Mesmerized by its gentle pulsing, I am torn between curiosity and caution. A silent debate unfolds within me as the rain continues its gentle serenade against the glass. The rational part of my mind suggests that perhaps a forgotten candle lingers, left by the caretaker, though no signs of recent presence are evident. However, there is something about this light that defies any candle I have encountered. Rising from my seat, I approach cautiously, my footsteps a mere whisper on the ancient stone floor. An icy chill creeps into the air as I draw near the altar. The mysterious light persists in its rhythmic dance, casting ethereal shadows that seem to dance across the chapel walls on their own accord. The fragrance in the air shifts, mingling the familiar mustiness with a hint of crisp freshness, akin to dew-kissed grass at dawn. As I round the altar's corner, I am met not with a candle, but with a small alcove previously unnoticed. The light seems to emanate from within, its source elusive. The alcove is adorned with faded frescoes, their colors muted by time, yet they capture and reflect that enigmatic glow, causing the painted figures to appear alive, in motion. Leaning closer, I study the paintings depicting a procession of robed figures carrying objects aglow with the same warm light I now behold. Yet the longer I gaze, the more the images shift and evolve, as if the procession is traversing the alcove walls. The sound of rain fades into the background, or perhaps my awareness simply drifts away. The atmosphere around me hums with a tender energy, akin to the calm before a summer storm, devoid of menace or urgency. The strange light pulses, and I swear I catch the faintest whisper of voices, a language unknown to me, but suffused with tranquility and welcome. Tentatively, I extend my hand, nearly touching the wall where the light radiates most brightly. The air beneath my fingertips feels warm and almost tangible, like sunlight taking shape. For an ephemeral moment, faces materialize within the glow, serene and smiling, before dissipating back into the gentle radiance. Time loses its grip as I stand there, the light responding to my presence in a silent dance. Peripherally, I glimpse movements, robed figures among the pews, flickering candle flames that materialize and vanish amidst the shadows. Yet, each direct glance reveals only the serene solitude of the empty chapel. A distant rumble of thunder draws me back to reality. The storm retreats, its voice now a soothing murmur rather than a demand. I realize not how long I stood entranced by that mystical light. My limbs are stiff, yet a profound calm envelops me, banishing months of restlessness. Reluctantly stepping away from the alcove, I notice a subtle transformation. The once animated frescoes now appear as mere faded paint on ancient walls, yet the light persists, pulsing with that same gentle rhythm, akin to a heartbeat or a breath. I traverse the chapel once more, each stride akin to walking through a dream. When I reach the massive doors, I cast a final gaze back. The light endures, a warm glow beckoning from behind the altar. With another pulse, I sense, rather than hear, a soft sigh echo through the empty expanse. Beyond the chapel, the rain has softened to a gentle mist. The air is pure and invigorating, carrying the fragrance of damp earth and autumn foliage. I depart, pondering the enigma of that light, whether it has forever dwelt there, awaiting discovery by one in need of its peace, or if it reveals itself solely to select individuals at specific times. Subsequent visits to the chapel yield varied results. At times, the light pulses with its gentle rhythm, while on other occasions, only shadows and silence greet me. Yet each encounter leaves me with a profound sense of tranquility, a reminder that some mysteries need not be unraveled, but embraced and cherished. Even now, on hushed evenings when rain taps at my window, I recall that light. In memory, it flickers like a distant star, a testament that some enigmas are best left unanswered, and not everything that glimmers in the dark necessitates comprehension to be valued. Story 35. The gentle rain tapped against the window panes of my grandmother's old house, creating a soothing, rhythmic melody that enveloped the Victorian mansion. Just a fortnight ago, I had inherited this grand abode, with its creaky floorboards and aged wallpaper steeped in memories. Yet in the solitude of being here alone, there was a subtle shift in the familiar atmosphere. The rain outside wrapped the house in a cozy embrace as I wandered through the echoing corridors, my bare feet barely making a sound on the weathered hardwood floors. Climbing the stairs that evening, a cup of chamomile tea in hand, the amber light from my antique brass lamp cast flickering shadows that danced across the walls. The house seemed to come alive with the weather, its wooden structure expanding and contracting in harmony with the humidity in the air. Each step I took was accompanied by a soft groan from the stairs, a sound akin to hushed conversations between old companions. Upon reaching the second floor, I paused, a peculiar scent wafting towards me, a blend of old books, dried lavender, and an elusive undertone that eluded identification. It carried a hint of the air just before a summer storm, pregnant with anticipation and promise. Intrigued by this mysterious fragrance, I found myself drawn towards the guest bedroom at the far end of the hallway, a room seldom visited even in my childhood days. The door stood slightly ajar, a silvery light spilling out from within, distinct from the warm glow of my lamp. Pushing the door open, the hinges released a low, melodic sigh, and I stepped into the room. Much of the room appeared as I remembered: the faded floral wallpaper, the heavy burgundy curtains, the ornate mirror above the dresser. Yet, something was undeniably altered. Looking up, I was struck by a sight that stole my breath. The ceiling, once a simple eggshell white, now seemed to stretch infinitely upwards, not in a menacing manner, but in a mesmerizing display. The familiar plaster surface seamlessly transitioned into layers of ethereal mist, swirling in slow hypnotic patterns. The silvery light I had noticed earlier emanated from this enigmatic expanse, casting gentle shadows that moved like aquatic flora swaying in a tranquil current. Settling into the old wingback chair by the window, my tea forgotten in my hands, I allowed my gaze to linger on the infinite ceiling above. As time slipped away, intricate details emerged in the misty expanse. At times, I glimpsed what appeared to be distant stars twinkling behind the veil, while on other occasions, shapes seemed to form and dissolve, perhaps birds in flight or leaves carried by unseen breezes. Outside, the rain continued its gentle symphony, but in this room, the sound took on new dimensions. Each droplet created ripples in the air that ascended, stirring the mist into mesmerizing patterns. The scent of lavender mingled with notes of midnight dew and moonflowers, growing stronger with each passing moment. Time lost its grip as I sat there, entranced by the shifting patterns on the ceiling. Minutes melded into hours as I observed the ethereal dance above. Occasionally, a sound akin to distant wind chimes reached my ears, though I knew no such chimes adorned the window. The sound ebbed and flowed, like a distant melody from a far-off realm. Recollections of my grandmother's words about houses harboring secrets, gathering memories and dreams like cherished treasures, resurfaced in my mind, particularly in relation to this house. Had she known of this room? Had she spent evenings here, watching the infinite ceiling transform and evolve? As the night deepened, the patterns above began to coalesce into what resembled writing, not in any known language, but in graceful symbols that held significance just beyond my grasp. They materialized slowly, lingered briefly, then dissolved back into the mist, only to be replaced by new symbols. The room exuded a peaceful ambiance, yet an undeniable presence seemed to permeate the space, as if the room itself possessed a quiet awareness, not menacing or overbearing, but rather akin to the sensation one experiences in an ancient library filled with wisdom or a timeless garden that has blossomed for centuries. At some point, I must have succumbed to slumber, lulled by the tranquil rain and the hypnotic spectacle above. When I awoke, sunlight bathed the room in a warm, rosy hue streaming through the burgundy curtains. Glancing upwards, the ceiling appeared normal once more, a mere eggshell white expanse reminiscent of my childhood memories. My tea sat cold on the side table, and the air retained only a faint trace of lavender. Rising from the chair, I felt curiously invigorated, as if I had emerged from a prolonged rest rather than a brief repose. As I prepared to depart the room, a subtle detail caught my eye: a solitary dried lavender sprig, meticulously placed beside the mirror on the dresser. When I picked it up, a burst of fragrance enveloped me, mirroring the scent that had filled the room the night before. Occasionally, I still find myself sleeping in that room, especially on rainy evenings. The infinite ceiling does not reveal itself on every occasion. It seems to select its moments with care, akin to a timid friend who visits only when conditions align perfectly. I have learned not to anticipate or coerce its appearance, but rather to embrace the enigma it represents, a reminder that even the most familiar settings harbor boundless marvels. On certain nights, I sense a comprehension of the symbols within the mist, Other nights, I am content to observe their graceful dance without seeking understanding. Yet always there lingers a tranquil serenity within that room, as if the infinite ceiling imparts a secret decipherable solely in the language of dreams and rainfall. My grandmother's words regarding houses concealing secrets echo in my thoughts during these encounters. Perhaps she possessed knowledge beyond what she shared. Perhaps this room, with its limitless ceiling and enigmatic presence, serves as the dwelling's conduit for revealing its accumulated memories and dreams, one rainy night at a time. I have divulged the tale of the room with the infinite ceiling to no one else. Certain mysteries, I believe, are best encountered rather than expounded upon. However, on quiet nights when rain taps against the panes and the air carries whispers of lavender and potential, I am aware that somewhere above me, in that expansive space, the mist continues its eternal waltz, inscribing narratives in a tongue comprehensible solely to dreams. Story 36. The gentle amber light of street lamps filtered through a misty autumn evening, casting elongated shadows that swayed with ethereal grace. Each step on the weathered cobblestones produced a soft tap, echoing through the quiet alley. Old brick buildings rose on either side, their facades smoothed by rain and wind. Despite having walked this path countless times before, tonight held a different aura. An unusual stillness lingered in the air, as if the world itself paused to listen. The sense of autumn, fallen leaves, distant wood smoke, and cooling stone seemed heightened, deliberate in their presence. As I moved forward, the shadows appeared to stretch and bend unnaturally, defying the lamppost's light. Each shadow seemed to linger, as if reluctant to let go. The tap of my shoes against the stone became the sole sound in a world that grew quieter by the moment. The antique shop on my right displayed its usual curiosities: brass candlesticks, tarnished photographs, delicate figurines. But tonight, they seemed subtly rearranged. A photograph in the window caught my eye, depicting a misty alley eerily similar to the one I stood in. The mist thickened, not threatening but comforting, like a soft embrace. It carried a metallic tang, reminiscent of rain-washed pennies and autumn leaves. The street lamps glowed, transformed into pulsing halos, breathing slowly. Continuing my walk, I noticed more subtle changes around me. Shadows in the antique shop window moved fluidly, detached from their sources, forming shapes that hinted at unseen figures. Yet there was a mesmerizing peace in their dance. The brick walls absorbed the sound of my steps, enveloping me in a cushion of silence. The air filled with the scent of old books and tea leaves, though no shop sold such items nearby. Motes of light drifted lazily through the mist, resembling fireflies on a summer night. I found myself entranced, drawn deeper into the hypnotic ambience. The shadows responded to my presence, not menacingly but curiously, like shy beings peeking out. The antique shop's window reflected more than mere objects. In its glass, time overlapped. Ghostly images of past souls moved silently through the alley. The mist weaved intricate patterns, almost like words in smoke. Shadows took on clearer shapes, depicting long-forgotten scenes of life in the alley. I neared the end, noticing my own shadow behaving oddly, moving independently of me. The air grew warmer, carrying scents of chamomile and lavender, though no gardens were nearby. The mist pulsed gently with amber light, seeming to emanate from within. The brick walls appeared to breathe, rippling subtly with each pulse. As I touched a wall, memories flooded my senses. Touches of hands, whispered conversations, the embrace of seasons past. Patterns formed by shadows on the cobblestones told stories of the alley's history. Time lost meaning as I stood witness to this silent dance of the past. The mist enveloped me like a comforting shawl, blurring the line between observer and participant. Shadows grew more distinct, yet gentler, forming shapes that hinted at temporal doorways. Through these shadowy portals, glimpses of past eras emerged, carriages passing, lamplighters at work, elegantly dressed figures going about their day. The antique shop's window became a canvas for these echoes of time, shifting and changing with each angle. My shadow joined the dance with natural grace, creating new patterns that seamlessly merged with the existing flow. As I prepared to leave, my shadow hesitated, the mist parting gently before me. The street lamps bid farewell in their amber glow, the scents of chamomile and old books fading like a dream. Looking back, I saw the shadows continue their dance, weaving stories in the twilight. The antique shop window reflected my form, a timeless image from a bygone era. Carrying the peace of that evening, I walked home, knowing the alley would never be the same. The shadows would forever dance, sharing their silent stories with those who paused to listen. On quiet evenings, when the mist returned, I would join their symphony, adding my shadow to their eternal, silent performance. Story 37. In the hushed embrace of the ancient lighthouse keeper's residence, the wooden steps murmured beneath my feet, each creak a soft echo of bygone days. Outside, the autumn wind caressed the weathered walls, weaving a gentle melody that harmonized with the very essence of the structure. It was my grandmother's letter that beckoned me here, to this realm where time danced to a different tune, where the veil between reality and reverie shimmered tantalizingly thin. A delicate blend of aged books and sea salt perfumed the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of rain-kissed wood. As I ascended to the third-floor landing, my fingertips traced the intricate carvings on the mahogany banister, feeling the history etched into each groove by countless hands. Evening light filtered through tall windows, casting elongated shadows that pirouetted across the faded wallpaper like silent specters in a timeless ballet. Nestled in the pocket of my coat, my grandmother's final letter awaited, its edges softened by repeated perusals. The tower harbors secrets, her elegant script whispered, but these are secrets that murmur, not roar, that beckon, not intimidate. When the time is right, dear one, follow the path of the leaning shadow. It will reveal forgotten wonders. The topmost floor unfolded into a cavernous chamber bathed in perpetual twilight. Dust motes pirouetted lazily in the amber sunlight, adorning the meticulously arranged furniture. A regal reading chair, a dainty table crowned with a brass lamp, and walls adorned with enigmatic instruments whose mysteries teased the mind. Yet, it was the tower itself, visible through the eastward window, its enigmatic slant defying logic against the darkening sky, that captured my gaze. As I settled into the welcoming embrace of the reading chair, the supple leather seemed to mold itself to my contours, a silent acknowledgement of awaited arrival. The brass lamp exuded a soft, inviting glow that barely grazed the room's edges, shrouding them in comforting shadows. Below, the building's settling timbers and gentle creaks orchestrated a lulling rhythm, as if the very structure exhaled in tranquility. For 4 decades, my grandmother had nurtured this sanctuary, both as the lighthouse's keeper and custodian of its veiled enigmas. Locals spoke of her with reverence and awe, recounting tales of ethereal lights in the tower at odd hours, of melodies that wafted from unseen sources, of visitors departing with serene smiles yet veiling the truths they had uncovered. As the sun descended languidly, a wondrous phenomenon unfurled. The tower's shadow, cast by the setting sun, embarked on a mystical journey across the floor, defying natural laws. Rather than gliding smoothly, it traced an arcane pattern, akin to a cosmic timepiece marking moments in a realm beyond comprehension. The shadow seemed to reach out to specific objects, a silver box on the mantel, an ancient compass on the wall, before settling upon an unassuming section of wooden paneling. In accordance with my grandmother's counsel, I awaited until the shadow aligned precisely with a nearly imperceptible seam in the paneling. With a gentle nudge, the section yielded, unveiling a narrow passageway spiraling upward into the heart of the tower. A waft of warm air, tinged with the faint fragrance of lavender, my grandmother's beloved bloom, greeted me. Smooth stones lined the passage, radiating a soft luminescence that guided my ascent. The walls bore inscriptions that shimmered and shifted, defying direct scrutiny. With each step, the tower's lean intensified, yet I maintained equilibrium as effortlessly as if it were the most natural inclination. Upon reaching the tower's zenith, I emerged into a chamber that defied spatial logic. Circular and expansive, its windows offered vistas of varying realms, tranquil seas at sunset, star-strewn skies, and landscapes veiled in mystery. At its center stood a contraption blending astronomy with melody, its brass and copper components gleaming in enigmatic luminescence. Components moved with graceful precision, devoid of visible mechanisms propelling them. Beside it lay a leather-bound notebook inscribed with my grandmother's script. The initial page tenderly addressed me, "My cherished one, you stand at the nexus of it all. The tower awaits you, as it awaited me and those preceding us. What you behold is not merely an apparatus, but a conduit to decipher the gentle enigmas nestled within the interstices of time, breath, and heartbeat." Subsequent pages bore instructions that defied convention. Rather than rigid directives, they resembled lyrical musings, a fusion of physics and dreams. They urged me to attune the instrument not by sight or touch, but by sensing its inherent movements, by discerning the harmonies it resonated with the tower's tilt. As night shrouded the world, revelation dawned upon me. The tower's slant was not a flaw, but a design. It stood at the precise angle to harness veiled currents of time and potential, coursing imperceptibly through reality. The instrument at the chamber's core embodied these currents, not as quantifiable entities, but as ephemeral experiences to be felt and etched in memory. Hours melted into fleeting moments as I communed with the instrument, absorbing its cadences, perceiving the echoes of a touch. Through the windows, fleeting glimpses flickered, a youthful visage akin to my grandmother's, marveling at the vista, children from a bygone epoch frolicking in a vanished garden, ships navigating starlit waters, yet unborn. Deep into the night, serenity enveloped me. I comprehended why my grandmother had insinuated that the tower's truths murmured rather than clamored. They were revelations that transcended understanding, necessitating surrender to the mystique, acceptance that certain enigmas were meant for experience, not explication. As dawn tiptoed closer, I descended the spiral passage, re-emerging into the circular chamber just as the first blush of morning bathed the heavens in pastel hues. The tower's shadow now pointed westward, heralding a fresh day, yet I knew it would resume its enigmatic trajectory when twilight descended. Nestling once more into the reading chair, the night's revelations draped me like a familiar mantle. The brass lamp cast a soft radiance, intermingling with the dawn's gentle glow seeping through the windows. In the distance, seabirds greeted the morn with their cry, their voices carried on the whispering breeze enveloping the tower's edifice. My grandmother's missive felt transformed within my pocket, no longer a directive, but an invitation to a legacy unfolding before me. The tower would persist in its celestial lean, ensnaring moments and mysteries within its graceful tilt, and I would linger, a witness to its cosmic ballet. As daylight burgeoned, I sat serenely in the chair, attuned to the edifice's tranquil exhalations, sensing time's fluid passage through the tower's inclined chambers. There remained realms to explore, enigmas to fathom, yet for now, basking in this liminal space where reality embraced magic, where mysteries thrived unbound by elucidation, was solace enough. For indeed, as my grandmother had imparted, some secrets were meant to whisper, not shout, and the tower would maintain its gentle vigil, inclining eternally towards the firmament, enfolding tales akin to stardust, imparting them to those receptive not solely with listening ears but open hearts.